All right. Don't need that. All right. See what we got. We've got Twitch is live. YouTube is live. All right, here we go. So until people show up, I'm going to continue working on the killer calculator. So I've just cleaned up these two functions, a little test function. I don't need to run that. And it was just doing killer cage combinations and all that sort of thing. And I worked on, oh yeah, I worked on large cage support. Was it for this one? To see if it would blow up in my face on these cages. Sum undefined. So if the sum is undefined, we probably want to replace it with... Yeah, we actually want to calculate the sum, right? So that's the thing. Hey Shelby, how are you doing? I'm still working on the killer calculator, but we have an agenda, and today is viewer's choice livestream. So if there's anything, any feature you'd like to see, or a tour of any particular feature or a setting, I want to kind of talk a little bit about some settings, maybe turn them into shorts later, see if I can explain them well enough and see what people think. Let me know. Right now I'm just the last 2 days I've been cleaning up the underlying code for calculating all the possibilities for killer cage combinations. So now I just have to basically use those to clean up this display for cages like this that don't have a sum. So the summary text is basically kind of getting screwed right now. And basically what we want to do is we want to see what all the combinations are and the valid combinations, and if we don't have a sum value for these, we should be able to calculate them from these, right? So currently valid combinations is equal to all combinations, fair enough. And what we can do is we can kind of find the minimum sum and the maximum sum. So let min sum equals number dot max save integer, and max sum is 0. And then we can go through all of these, right? And dot reduce sum val sum plus val, pass in a 0, and then min sum math dot min sum sum, and max sum is the maximum. Right, and now that should get us the minimum and the maximum sums. And in a situation like this, so this cage can be between 21 and 38, right? And then something like this can be between 45 and 45, right? And let's have a look at this. If we run the same code here, so min sum max sum is these. So we can immediately use min sum max sum. So basically what we can do is, let's save this. And we can here say, if min sum equals max sum, right? Then we're just going to return min sum. And otherwise, we're going to return a range of min sum to max sum. Now, if we're using a line, a dash here, we should be using that here. So maybe what we can do is something like this. I'm running out of characters. All right, sum 16, 3 out of 8 combinations. And maybe the word combinations, can we skip that? Possibilities. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So what does it look like? Sum 45, sum 20 to 49. So if I can get rid of the word combinations, that would be great. So if I go here, right, it says 84 out of 84, 1 out of 1. And if I show that, I can remove that. Oh. All right. So that sum here is obviously not correct. What happened? Minimum sum, maximum sum. So if we have no combinations... we don't want to go through valid combinations. We want to get that from all combinations. I think. We basically want to use... If valid combinations is empty, we want to use all combinations. Yeah. So, if valid combinations.length equals 0, then we use all combinations, else we use valid combinations. And that should get us... So if I go here and I remove the one option, nope, not like that, then sum stays at 45. If I go here, sum is 36 to 44. Now if I remove these smaller ones, the sum goes up, right? And what we can do is, let's say, if we remove the 1, we get our large sum. If we remove a 9, we get the small end of the sum. If we remove the 5, we actually end up with just one. Let me see if we can get one with a bit more variety. So yeah, so this removes some of the low ones. So I'm guessing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 10 plus 6, 16 plus 7 is 23. Okay. Now, here we have a problem with a large number of rows. So we need to figure out a way of either scrolling them or minimizing them. I can make them smaller. I mean, once we have a certain number of options, I don't know if it makes sense to show all of them. I think the first thing I should try is just to see by CSS if I can make this element just be a maximum a certain size, right? I.e. no larger than the screen. So if I say position absolute and I say bottom 0, that's interesting, because that doesn't look like a bottom, but I think it's because of the margin top here. Is there a minimum bottom? Is there a minimum bottom? Because basically we want a maximum height. Yeah, like we don't want it to reach the bottom if it goes further than that. So max. So there is a max function. So we can say bottom is minimum of 0 and wait, 0 and 10, min 0. Okay, that doesn't work. Max is a function. So minimum isn't a function? Seriously? Minimum size for a font. The problem is I don't know what the other value is, right? Max. Max and auto, I guess. You know, property values doesn't support max. Is this not supported by Chrome? 79. Wait. Uh-oh, we're already version checking. That's weird. Chrome Max, CSS Max not supported. It looks like it should be. Ah, no. Max function. I mean, it's a very modern thing, so there should probably be a better way of doing this. Trying to think. Probably with Flex. Probably if we do something with overflow. Let's have a look. So if we say overflow hidden, don't know how far it'll expand. So if I go here, overflow hidden, no. Bottom max 0, 1. It doesn't like max. Max. Maybe I have to use units. Oh. Oh. And does it allow auto? No. Shoot. So it's doing a pure mathematical comparison. CSS Max auto. Bit content. Min content max. Max content as much as possible. Min content. All right. Min content. No. Height. Max. CSS height. Height not exceeding bottom of screen. Of absolute position. Height. So we wanted to scroll, CSS scroll when content too long, but we still wanted to extend to the bottom of the page. I don't actually know how to go about that. I mean, if I position it completely differently, it would be different, obviously. What we could do is, the problem is, because I was thinking, if I have something the full height and then create a top padding of this height, the problem is I don't know what this height is. Now I could calculate and use JavaScript, but I obviously would prefer to avoid doing that. Like, is there a way of knowing where we are? I mean, we could do a maximum height, right? We could do something like max height 20 rem and kind of eyeball it that it sort of makes sense, right? And then overflow y scroll, something like that. Ugh. Oh. Yeah. We'd have to do quite a bit of finagling to make that work properly. But I guess in principle, we'd probably want to scroll the details section only. So display none, and then put a maximum height on that. That's not too bad, actually. How do we prevent the scroll from showing when we don't need it? CSS, height scroll when not needed. Well, let me make sure the other chat rooms are working. Hey, Mark. I didn't see you on the dashboard. Oh, that's annoying. Hey, Mark, how are you doing? I don't want to just do another boring work stream, so maybe I should just save this and get on with the feature you've requested. Ooh, Patreon message. I think that's from Ranks, probably, because I asked him about putting Sven codes into his credit roll. I'm gonna have to start doing credit roll soon. Oh no, it's Franco.com, and it is can create custom fit sweaters. He's got a YouTube channel for knitting. Oh wow. Oh, he wrote a. All right, I got a Patreon message from Franco, who created this math tool on franco.com/sudoku, and apparently he does custom knitwear. I haven't quite. Maybe he's offering to do me a sweater? I mean, maybe he's able to do that. That would be pretty cool. Pseudovariance math assist. Ah, I think. Wait, total, default zero. Either the zero or number between 6 and 24. Ah, because that needs to be 4. Oh, look at that, look at that. I'm gonna invite him to the stream. Let's see, maybe he'll join. That'll be fun. Hey, Andy, how are you doing? All right. One last quick check. One overflow bar. Overflow auto used to display auto scroll bar. The problem is overflow auto. Ah, no, auto. Will this not show the scroll bar when not needed? And yeah, okay. All right. All right. And in the vertical layout, we're actually not too far off. So we can do a orientation portrait here. I'll do this maybe 16. The problem with those numbers, they might not be accurate because of various scaling issues. So I probably want to have like a decent amount of buffer. And I might be able to get away with making these a little smaller, even for touch. Like if I compare them to the cell size, Actually, let's have a look. I've been watching to see what they look like with 8 digits. So 8 digits is actually a fair spacing. So we might be able to make them both a bit larger and make the rows a bit smaller. So right now, because there's a bit of spacing around them, and they can almost touch. I don't think there's a big problem with that. So let's have a quick look at that. And then I think we're going to move on to the pen tool, because Well, Mark was so kind to point this out to me.
X on a boundary. Oh, it won't let me do an X on a boundary.
Yeah.
Oh, it won't let me do an X on a boundary.
So I think we should listen to Simon and maybe let him do an X on the boundary, because that sounds like something he wants to do. Okay, so where is the scaling for these guys? I think it's basically this part here. So line height is 1.3. We have a border radius, and we have a little bit of padding. So if we increase the padding, maybe by half a rem, like that, so they're be a bit bigger. They're already touching side to side. So now if we decrease the padding in here, or the height in here, so let's see, height. I don't actually see, here we go. Yeah, so we have 0.1 padding. So if we have that, like that, can we go less than that? I mean, if we do something silly like that. I don't see that padding here reflected. So if we're looking at the LI, maybe this span itself, this span styling, and we removed the font weight, right? Yeah. Whoops, let's get rid of that. Doing a style meeting yesterday. And let me know if there's anything going on with the stream. I'm kind of trusting on Restream today to keep their act together. It's giving me the size of the character, but not the size of the surrounding box, which is a little annoying. So we have the 1 pixel border, right? And in the LI, we have... Man, you know what? Let's do it. And that should be... Where's the magnifier? Where is it? Oh, there it is. We're gonna go... Ooh, not 400. 300. Right. So there's a gap here, and I don't know where that gap comes from. Ooh, how do I stop it? How do I stop it? Nope.
Play.
Ooh, no, no. Alright, I don't know if I can stop it without closing the whole thing. So, don't know where that spacing comes from. So let's just remove all the spacing and then put it back once we figure out what's going on. So if we say padding 0, in theory, that would imply that these selection boxes touch the outer edge of the thing. But I don't see that happening. I still see some spacing there. And I don't see a height for the LI. Maybe line height is too large. Ah, wait a second. Do these have a reduced line height? They have a reduced line height. What if I move this up here? Because I think that one has a 1.4 line. Ah, yes, that was it. These had a 1.3 and that had a 1.4. So if we now put the padding back like this, and now the padding doesn't... Ah, maybe the padding is so small that we don't actually see it. Sort of. I mean, I don't really like squishing it to 0. I would have liked to have extra spacing there, but maybe this is good enough. So like this, we should be able to fit a fair amount of these guys into this box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this is a fair sort of compromise until I can come up with something more clever. And then in the vertical version, we can just make it a little bit longer. Although, I don't know if the mobile doesn't seem to affect it, right? So if I make this 23, oop, we still have more space, maybe 26. What happens when we have fewer? It shrinks. Okay, so because we're using max height. Okay. Not sure why the scroll shows when it doesn't need to. Also, now I'm seeing this overlapping when we have... So we actually want to change the margin. The one thing I don't like about it won't be centered properly then. We basically want to change the padding to something like this, I guess. Nope. Oh, that was the summary. No, not for the summary. Or the details. Let's close this one then. So for the details, here we wanted to have only padding on the right. Ooh, doesn't quite work. Let's see. Why are these distributed like that? That is a little curious, actually. So I'm seeing the padding here on the right. I'm not sure if it's being respected, though. Huh. And if we make the padding on the right larger, okay, so that'll do the trick. So maybe that this button here with the circle, first of all, maybe it shouldn't be a white circle, maybe it should be a dark circle. So it's clear that it's something we could click on. And secondly, I don't know, should it not be round maybe? Should it have rounded corners, look like all the other buttons? Or is that just too many rounded squares? I don't know. What do you think? So our plus minus is in here. So first of all, we want it to be a bit smaller. So it doesn't touch. Right. And I don't know, should we have the same rounded corners as those include-exclude boxes? So if it's instead of 50%, if it's 0.25, they'll look like this. And then maybe border color should be black. What do you think? Or is that too many squares? I could really use some help here, guys. All right, first of all, I think we can squish it further to the right edge. So right now, it has a right margin somewhere. Border radius, center, vertical line middle, top margin, top. Okay, that's the positioning. This needs to be 5.5 now. But where's our right, 0.5. So if we make this a little smaller. Yeah, I don't think I like the rounded corners like that. And maybe we can make this 1 rem. And then make this one half. It goes back by half. And then this could be back at 50%. Now the plus symbol doesn't look fully centered, maybe because the font is too large now for the space. Actually, the line height, if we make the line height the same as the height, should it not be vertically centered then? I think so. Maybe we can keep the font relatively large even. Ooh, too big. The digits are already a rounded square. Round plus minus will make distinct and hence there's a button. Yeah. The thing is, the rounded squares are precisely because they're buttons. Those rounded squares are buttons, right? I'm just a little nervous about putting too many different shapes in there. So right now, this circle to me looks like it's not aligned correctly. Like I feel... One second, can I just full screen this? Oh. What if I just do this? Nope, doesn't do it, make it bigger. Ah, here we go. Yeah, you see it's not vertically centered. So if I remove this, we have that minus 50% top. So that should be this should now be centered. And then this 0.5 rem should be relative to the height of 1 rem. So that should work, but it doesn't quite. I think it's off by the 1 pixel of the border. So if we add that, minus 1 px. And yeah, I think that fixes it. That looks pretty centered now. All right. And I think keeping them black, yeah. I mean, I could just draw the plus. It's pretty good actually like this. I don't mind it like that. And now if we go back to our 9 digits cage, we actually have a little bit of space left to actually center that. So currently we put a 2 rem space on the right. So if we make this a 1.5 and then have a 0.5 rem on the left, what does that look like? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. It's tempting, but first of all, I don't want to redo it, and second of all, sometimes with Flex, I'll be honest, I'm an old fart, right? So I learned CSS in the late 90s. I did CSS before there was real CSS. So Flex is relatively new to me, so I don't understand it as well. So it's very easy for me to get into a situation where I can't make it do the thing I wanted to do. So I think these squares touching each other is not really a big problem. I think it's okay. So I'd rather have the digits large and the buttons as large as possible, but the whole thing take up as little space as possible. So I think on mobile it will be... I'm kind of worried because this is my guideline for how big something needs to be to press it properly. Although, of course, with the pen tool, we're already selecting corners versus center. So half the size of this is maybe good enough for this. I don't know. Maybe this needs to be a little larger for mobile. I'm trying to squeeze too many things in there. Yeah. Maybe on a brand new project, maybe like maybe some tool that's not connected to like this, maybe part of this, but like that has its own fresh UI code base, then I can use it to learn Flex properly. Yeah, maybe what I could do for mobile is keep the font the same, but make the rows slightly larger and make these buttons slightly larger. So in other words, bring all these, back up to 1.2. Actually, let's see, because having an extra row or two in the list, I don't know how much that actually helps, right? I don't think that's as useful. Like, it's not going to be super useful, really. The only thing is, if I just... Because the problem is, obviously, if I make it higher, I'm potentially also making it wider. Before, after... Wait. Am I... No, that's the circle. Ooh, gotta be careful. You know what? Brilliant idea. Comments! Circle button. Let's comment it. What I want you to look at is the digit, right? So the digits right now are... They're actually defined in the LI, right? So the LI has font size 1.4, line height 1.3. So if we make this 1.5, for example, So now all these rows will be taller without vertically taking up more space. And then the digit buttons, we could make them a little wider. So that's the circular one. And the digit buttons are these guys? No, that's the cross out. Digit, include, exclude. So these are, yeah, here we go. We have the button, we have the thing, border radius. So if we add padding like this, although we don't actually want padding. Nope. Wait. That's vertical. No, we don't want vertical padding. Digit, exclude, include. So these are our buttons. Exclude. So that's the cross out, okay. Forget that. Position relative inline block, 1 pixel on border transparent. So these are our little squares. Because basically I want those squares to be larger without changing the size of the font. To space out the rows a little bit further. Where are we right now? Go here. Actually, is there a... yeah, this one. So these are fairly square. To really see the difference, I think I have to actually go quite a bit bigger. So if we go line height 1.6, I have a feeling I'm not actually getting what I'm looking for. So that just makes them bigger already. I think that's all we really need actually. So if we go, let's say 2 rem, let's say a mobile version. So the only thing we would want to do is to adjust the width accordingly. And the width currently is determined by... is it the digit class? I don't know actually. This is an inline block, right? So if we're looking at this guy, inline block, so the width is currently not determined. So if I make it 2 rem, so that's where we would have to put it. So previously the width, we just went with whatever the width was, which was relatively square at these kind of sizes. Yeah, so now these are basically big square buttons. We don't actually have a lot of extra padding. We probably want to do that because hitting the item is and it kind of looks a bit odd. Like it's not that hard to actually touch it, it's hard to touch it and not something else near it. Yeah, this looks a bit odd without any spacing around it. So probably what we would want to do is something like 1.8 and then margin 0.2. And this would then also be wait a second. What did I make? 1.8 is the width. The width would be the same as the line height. So line height, yeah, so we actually want that to be 1.8. So the button stays square, but now we have extra spacing around them. Yeah, but now obviously the problem is they'll get too big on the vertical. So we have to keep that in mind. So that'll be 0.2, 0.1 rem. And that's where flex would come in, because flex could just spread it out automatically, right? Yeah, this is definitely too big. So we go back down to 1.6. Before it was like much smaller, it was like 1 or something. So even if we can go up to 1.6, that would already be something, right? Okay. What if we get rid of the vertical spacing and only have the horizontal spacing, because that's where we're running into problems right now. Oof, very, very close. Maybe we shave off some of that extra padding we put on the rows. Okay, now that fits, but it's a little squeezed. So we're very close. And for now, I'm only going to cater for 9 digits, so... and I think this will be the last sort of tweaky step. All right, so we were at 1.6. Let's try 1.5, and then 1.4 is probably where we'll hit it. And oh. That's not too bad. And we can probably give it a little bit more spacing on the right. 1.2, just a little bit. It's a tight fit, but we're also trying to do a lot with very little space here. Yeah, I think that's okay. And I don't think it looks weird with shorter ones. And if we look at a more realistic scenario, yeah. And here we're on an odd zoom factor. I love how in my app, when you zoom in, things get smaller. It's a bit of a head scratcher, that. Okay. And the vertical layout, that's not too bad. So currently, do we have a long list here? No. So this one maxes out here. Let's at least make it a multiple of that. So to the bottom of this one. So that's line height of 1.5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus whatever that is up here. So 14, so it's 1 point, so it's 15 plus 3, so it's 17, and then the top part, which is, I think, just the summary, is 1.2, and I don't know if there's additional spacing. And what did I just say? 17 plus 1.2, so 18.2. This doesn't look right at all. All right, we'll just do it by guessing. Oh, it looks perfect. And I don't think it'll go out of sync. All right, and then for portrait, we'll probably want to go to the bottom of that one. So that'll be just a little bit more, probably less than half a rem actually. Yeah, 0.4 maybe. There we go. Looks pretty good. Then if I remove these, let's say exclude all the ones, right? So now we only have 21. I mean, now it would be potentially nice to collapse all the ones, like hide, like have maybe additional buttons to hide all the. So maybe let's say if I click on the 21, maybe it'll filter out all the other ones, so it shows me only the valid cages. I think that could be a good way of going with that. All right, and then 99% of the time you're gonna have this kind of situation. The other situation is only for like kind of advanced use in weird puzzles with missing sums and all that stuff. And at least it gives us the sum ranges now, so it can handle cages without totals, no problem. Ah, that has a 2 in. Okay, so I was gonna click away the 2. Mark, what do you think? One other thing I wanted to do is if the digits are forced because of what's on the board, I would like to use a slightly different look for them, just so you know you don't try to click on them and try to unselect them, right? So maybe without the outline, like use the outline to indicate a button or something like that. I don't know. I'm just worried that there's too many fine details that eventually just make it all, you know, very hard to kind of follow what's going on. All right, so this one works now, so I don't need that anymore. That's working. I like the new summary text, so we can shorten that. All right. And we probably don't even need a variable for that. And I think we don't need the word combinations or possibilities or anything like that. I think the in brackets n of y is good enough. And sum instead of the word total. What do you think about that? Total size, total sum. And I don't think the size, do we need to show the size here? Opacity 0.7. But the opacity only on the green itself or on the whole thing, like make it faint basically. Let's see. The digits wrap comb, all comb, wrap digit. So if we do this to make it just easier to look at, and we could do isval inc, isval exc, isval forced. We can do this. Cage vals. So then we can basically do something like this. And then we could say, so if we click on this one, wait, click on this one, it should say forced. And then we can say include, exclude. So include, exclude, and include forced. You said forced distribution should be slightly different. Make it green like it is now, so pass it on the entire button. I don't know about that. And 0.5 is quite low. The problem is we get a lot of subtle shade differences. It's actually not too bad. Ah, I kind of like it actually. Let's see what happens if we only make the background painter. So if we make the background like this, just a little bit more subtle. So if I do this and I say include sixes, right? Ah, wait, did I not refresh? Oh wow, that's weird. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. I thought it would make more of a difference, with the 7 being less visible as well. Let me try removing the border as well. Just to kind of remove the button look of it. What do you think with that? I don't know about the white outline, to be honest. I wonder if it should stay black. And I don't think there's such a thing as a forced negative. I don't think that's a possibility, right? I think that'll make only it's only a possibility if I do some automatic rule detection, you know, like, hey, there's a 2 in the cage already or something. But that gets quite advanced pretty quickly. Yeah, I definitely like the difference between these two, and that implies that you can. I mean, removing the outline isn't very unsubtle, but I don't know about the white outline, to be honest. I'm still a bit concerned about them all being squished up against each other. If we give them padding of 0.1, if we give them a padding of 1 pixel, like absolutely minimal, then we have this space. I don't actually know, does it double up to 2 pixels because of them being side by side? It shouldn't, right? It should collapse it to 1. And does that work on an 8 wide? No, it just sort of doesn't. It just sort of doesn't. Ooh, it's got to be close though. It's got to be close. If we make it, I mean, it's 8 pixels. Ooh, okay. Now that obviously is no bueno. And if we make this half a pixel, I don't know if that even makes sense. Where was it? 0.5 pixels. Good luck, CSS. It makes it very clear you can't click it. Yeah, exactly. Boop. So this is this 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's not 9. This is 9. So 9 still doesn't quite fit like that. Oh wait, no, it does fit. It just overlaps on that button. So what if we squeeze it over, if we scooch it over, where's the scooching happening? So we scooch it over, and what if we scooch the button over the other way? So this one, if we scooch it right, there should be a right. We scooch it over to the right, and we end up with this. Now here it almost touches, but if it's not selected, there's enough white space. And actually, it looks like we have a little bit more space on the left. And again, this only really applies rarely. I think this is acceptable. It's tight, but it's not impossible. Like, it's a little too tight, but again, 99% of the time, it'll look like this. And it'll be fine. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's, like, it looks fairly comfortable, but it fits 9. That's the important part. All right, the strike through is transparent, which I'm not too fond of. The problem is there's a lot of details underneath that then will start peeking through, because the whole thing is transparent as well. So you actually see the buttons underneath, and I'm worried about 3 or 4 layers of, like, the row is already semi-transparent, the whole box is semi-transparent. So I'm a little concerned about that, you know. For example, I don't like that the strike through here is transparent. So exclude on the row, LI after, circle button LI before. So this is the strike through. And this is not transparent, but if it's invalid, the whole thing is, you know. So for example, if we didn't do that, right? So what if instead of doing this, wait, no, it's doing the spans. So the before shouldn't be transparent, I think. So I don't know why the strike through looks transparent. We do this. Oh yeah, it isn't transparent. It just looks transparent. Hey, Andy, before you go, any requests, any favorite features, anything you'd love to see implemented next? I think the problem here is that I made it a rem number, and it kind of was like less than a pixel wide or something. So if we make it at least a pixel wide, or maybe 2 pixels or something like that. Wow, that's already been an hour? Oh wow, this hour just flew by, guys. Thank you very much. That's good. All right. I know I should be too... is that too strong? Especially compared to that strike through. Include before. Digit strike. Strike through. Come strike through. I think here we have the same problem. So if we make this 2 pixels, I don't know if it'll be too fat. It's okay. The whole thing is here. I think it is transparent though, right? Exclude. Actually, it looks like it, but I set the colors to transparent, and in fact, this was at a B. So I could do it like this, but yeah, it'll look odd. So if we make it slightly less transparent, B, like make it a C, then here was that. Yeah, I think that's all right. And maybe we should, like you said, oh, can your pen lines be used as part of the puzzle solution? Well, in the puzzle editor, you can draw lines. But if you mean that the lines act sort of like digits, like saying you have to draw a line there in the solution, then not yet. And I don't know if it's necessary, like if you... But it makes sense, actually. I think what you mean is like have a proper solution check for something like Sliverlink, right? And maybe in the future even for coloring. That's... You know what? That's definitely a feature request. Like, I don't know if... Like, it's not a small thing to implement, I think, especially since right now I can't even get people to put numbers in the solutions. But it would be great to have solution checking. I mean, obviously FPuzzles doesn't support it, so it's probably the sort of thing I would implement myself in my own editor. Or support like a sort of special hacked-in metadata for FPuzzles, right? Support pen lines in solution check. And I'm gonna put a note in here, perhaps also support colors in solution check, because we have we can give center marks and corner marks, but those are treated differently. You can create a pencil puzzle in my designer. Yeah, no, it'll be easy to implement, but it'll be hard to make it compatible, right? Because I'm also trying to be compatible with FPuzzles and, you know, and obviously with people actually creating the puzzles. So it's definitely a feature that I can implement. I mean, it'd be trivial to just have, you know, the set of data that represents the pen line stored somewhere and just checking against it, right? But also, you'd probably want a little bit more than that. You want maybe... Like, you want to maybe highlight which parts of, like, you know, like conflict checking, sort of highlight the line where it's bad. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. It'll be an interesting problem. All right, this crossout is slightly too strong now. I'm going to change it to 1.5. And I'm going to rethink the color opacity. I mean, it's pretty clear that it's crossed out. What if I make this... I mean, here I'm just having a semi-transparent background color, right? Rather than the whole thing being... I mean, what I really should be doing is RGBA 0.6. So it matches the opacity of the underlying spans. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. One last check on the scaling now. Oh, I would like to avoid a scroll bar in this situation. So that would be good if we could do that. And I'm going to move that down to the other portrait configuration. .5? I think I reduced it. I had it at 0.5, I think. No. Yeah. So this one now doesn't have scrolling. This one has. This one no scrolling. Okay. And in landscape, no scrolling. But wait a second. These are not. Oh wait, no, that's the maximum number of solutions. That's why there's no scrolling. It'd be good to have one that has exactly that number of solutions. Well, these do seem to have that. Okay. Here we go. So now the question is, can I get one that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 solutions? I think we can just fake that. So we can set the length of the combinations we found to 14. Yeah, you see, I don't want that scroll bar, so we need to slightly enlarge it, and it looks almost like less than 0.1 of a rem. Thanks for stopping by, Andy. Hey, Franco, how are you doing? I haven't had time to take care of your Patreon message properly yet, and I definitely will. Just want to show you, you sent me the link to, you have the math assistant, and I'm actually working on something very similar to that. We call it a killer cage calculator because it's often used for killer cages. So, you know, you get all the combinations and you can put a digit in and it'll give you only the combinations that have that digit already available. And then you can say, okay, I don't want an 8 and all that sort of thing. Yeah. And now I'm just cleaning up a little bit of styling. So let's see. We wanted to change the height of this guy. And that's over here. So if this is 0.1 maybe. Yeah, no scroll wheel. No scroll bar. All right, so then we can remove this again. And yeah, there you go. It looks like you're submitting a form, so I'm seeing you've implemented it on the server. What language did you use to build it? I gotta send this to my dad. He's gotten lazy on his programming skills. Let's see. So final check. Nope, that was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. Final check. So this cage has these. This one has all of these. And if we put 2, 3, or that. So one of the things I don't like is that you have to actually scroll to find. So for example, if I put an 8 and a 9 in here, I'd like to have a way of collapsing the other ones, but that'll be a feature for another day. Ah, Python, cool. Well, the algorithms are the same, so the hard work is already done. I'll later on in the stream, I'll post a link. I have an open source repo where I put some of these algorithms and things that I think are worth sharing, that are kind of fundamental. So the algorithm I built for doing this calculation, I've tried to make it very fast and very simple and kind of complete. So I'm going to open source it so other people can use it and maybe even improve it and all that. All right. In fact, that's something maybe I can do during the stream, although it's probably not the most exciting thing. So let me just hide this log line here. All right, refresh. Let's hide some of the other, well, oh, yeah, let's hide this line, 204. We're just spewing out a random element here, unnecessarily. All right, and we'll click details. I think that one we can hide as well. And I think other than that, we don't have too many spammy things going on. Attach element toggle. Let's see what it looks like when we're getting rid of it. Okay, it doesn't execute, that's good. Nothing here, nothing there. And if we bring it back, so after attach, we want to definitely update. So after this, we want to run update. Ooh, okay. So update. Why does it fail here? Undefined reading cages. 1, 2, and 9. All current puzzle. Close puzzle. Framework.app.puzzle. Current puzzle. I guess at this point the puzzle just doesn't exist yet. Yeah. So yeah. I think that might do the trick. current puzzle. Yeah, that works. And then it'll just get hit again later when the puzzle's actually ready. Does it? No cage selected. Perfect. And then if I disable it and then re-enable it, if I do this, disable it, do this, re-enable it. Okay, that works. Yeah. Mark told me to do it that way. But I don't know, I kind of got obsessed with the algorithm and I wanted to do like an optimal implementation of it that doesn't use recursion. So there's no function calls. I removed all the function calls. So it's very, very fast. So it's something you can, just run as often as you want, really. And doesn't do any kind of memory allocations and all that stuff. All right, so all I gotta do now is make sure we don't lose any of this. Is there anything else I want to get rid of now that I've moved all that code up there? I might want to get rid of this call. Although for now I think this is good enough. Because minimum size, maximum size here doesn't currently apply. Alright, so implemented killer. Actually, I'm just gonna use this here. Implemented function. There we go. All right. So let me switch back to the master branch for looking at that feature that, without knowing it, Simon has requested. So before, we're gonna just update the puzzle database. So I had this little notice, Mark prepared this little note.
Oh, it won't let me do an X on a boundary.
Yeah, so that's a little bugbear of his as well, that I didn't implement that at the time when I built the feature. Ooh. And I don't actually know if I want to have it in this release, because I'd like to get the release out the door, maybe even today during the stream. So I might actually just put it in a branch. All right, it's all up to date. And deploy it, get all the data in there, and deploy staging. We're gonna deploy all that stuff. Whoop, no, not git deploy. Don't even know what that should be doing. And then we're gonna look at the pen tool being able to put X marks into the corners. Well, let's do this. Let's enable our pen tool. So right now we can put X marks here, but not here. And it's basically for the same reasons that we couldn't do it with the lines. And the solution is basically the same solution as well. All right, I'm gonna create a branch and I'm gonna check what version we're on here. All right, so check out feature. We have, whoops, what's our name convention? No V. So we have 0.163 plus outer edge pen marks. And instead of outer edge, we're just going to call them boundary pen marks. Here we go. That's a good name. All right, so we did the lines. We did the lines by adding additional numbers that go on the outer edges. So we have two tasks. We have, first is the task of recognizing when it happens. So right now, for example, I know I'm deliberately blocking them for the bottom and right edge because those are already possible. And then the second task is to add the new items. And then the final task is to make sure the rendering actually works correctly for those. You going for a walk?
Yeah.
Aw, lucky doggy. Good boy. So, currently, let's just collapse all this code. So currently, I think it is click cell, which takes care of these. And I think... And in fact, let's have a quick look which numbers correspond to what. To just sort of refresh our memory. You know, our collective memory. Oh wait, I didn't want to move this down there so we can see the agenda for today. So here we have the rendering algorithm, right? And then we have 3 and 4 for the little edges, edge X's here. And let's use one that's clean so we can see them. Oh, that's not really clean either. Nope. No digits one? Yeah, perfect. Which one was this? Oh, okay, it was a test with preloaded markings and stuff, I think. Ah, don't know. All right. So we have these edge marks, and they generate 3s and 4s in the action data. By the way, feel free to make a request. Today is the stream where you can get your personal favorite feature worked on. Or even if you just have other suggestions or questions. Let me make sure that this doesn't sag. There we go. So, here we're obviously looking at 3 and 4. Yeah. So edge distance, cell marker. Okay, so here's where we're differentiating. We're checking if we're closer to the edge or the cell. So we're gonna output this as cell/edge, and then we're gonna do this. Then we'll have edge. Ciao, guys. And then otherwise we have cell. So we can see if I go here, edge, edge, cell. And it's 0.75, which makes these spaces quite small. No, actually, wait, does it? Does it though? Let me think. 0.75. Edge distance is smaller than cell distance times 0.75. So it's about a third of the way between here and here. It's not too bad. I mean, to be honest, I've never really had a problem to place the corner marks. I occasionally, like I'm talking on mobile with my finger, I would occasionally maybe misplace, like place the wrong mark. But most of the time, it's working surprisingly well already. So I probably shouldn't be too worried about it. Ah, sorry. My chat here is not showing some of your messages. Ah, I'm glad you're looking forward to that feature. If there's anything else you would like to see, any kind of, you know, personal favorite feature that you maybe see in other apps or something that doesn't work quite well enough, let me know. You know, hotkeys, anything like that, any difficulties you have. I mean, you know, there's lots of little small issues that I'm aware of, but knowing that somebody else is struggling as well is always a good kick up the backside to actually get it done. All right, so here we're actually doing our last column for, yeah. So this is literally where it avoids doing it in the bottom right corner. So we're gonna do a little marking here. So if dy equals 0, so log right edge. So that should be, I guess, a boolean. And that should be the bottom edge. Hey, Mark. Yeah, we'll have to see about that. I think it's because I'm currently looking at the cell thing. So, right edge, bottom edge. False. Right edge, true. Ah, so if right edge if... So this is what does the clipping. And the cell is... Okay, I'm going to output all these elements separately. So... we have... Cell is not equal to undefined. Which is probably the check we need to get rid of. So then dy equals 0. That is our vertical and horizontal check. And then this is our vertical and horizontal boundary exclusion on the right and the bottom. So, just gonna call this check. And don't actually need that. So let's see what happens. So if I click here, we have true, true, false, true, true, right? So true is our, we have a cell. True, it's on the, and you know, let's actually make our lives a little easier by giving these things nice names. And then we'll do this one. If it's dy, if our vertical delta is 0. Wait, where does the dy come from? If it's dy is 0, we are on 3. 3 is edge right. Okay. So, right. Else, if dy equals 0, then left, and then else, question mark. Right? And let's do the same thing with these guys. Give them nice strings. If column is column, column, so not column right edge, and then not bottom edge. So for the colors, there's a lot of problems. So there's a couple of features that I've kind of been thinking about, working on, and so on. And I don't like, I think tweaking the colors is definitely something I should do more often. And we might actually look into that into the stream today. So I'm going to add that to the list. Tweak red/orange contrast. Color contrast. The truth is, I need better, like, the dark mode was never finished. I need better accessibility options for color blindness. And ultimately, I need a proper way of configuring the colors. And I want even to let people, like, share color schemes and have multiple color schemes to switch between. So to do all of that, I need to change how things are done internally, so all the colors are stored in one place. And I've started that work ages ago, but not completed it. So it's one of those. It's like the killer cage, the killer calculator. It's like one of those bigger features that everybody kind of wants, but I've always been putting off. So maybe that should go higher up on the priority list. All right, let's see what this looks like now. So if I click this, we have a cell, right. Not right edge. All right. And not bottom edge, I imagine. Yes, and let me do that. All right. And then if I click here, we have cell, not left, bottom. Right. Now, if we go click here, so the cell check happens much earlier. So if we're clicking outside the board, we have to fix that elsewhere. Cell right, not bottom edge. But we are right edge, right? Right edge, bottom edge. So I think I'm gonna just remove these strings here. So now it'll just tell us if we're on the right edge or the bottom edge. So cell right, right edge, cell bottom, and bottom edge. So the first step is, if we remove those checks, that should make us, that should let us mark at least the right and the bottom edge from within the grid. So that's the first step. So we can probably just do that. And we probably don't need as many braces by the time we're done with this. So I should be able to do that now. But as Mark has mentioned, it currently doesn't let me click on the outside. Now let's see where that click gets stopped. Probably before click cell, right? Because, you know, as the name implies, click cell probably wants to happen on a cell. Path did move path length. Maybe not. Maybe we're in luck. Let's see. I mean, I don't see a return though. Alright, so if I click just outside the board. We do get to click cell. Here we go. Alright. So it's using those. It's using this information to basically check where we are relative to the nearest cell. And if we're not clicking on a cell, it skips out. So I think an easy fix, because I don't want to just say, okay, forget the cells and we'll just go for the nearest row column. Because if you're clicking outside, it'll actually look at a cell that's outside the grid. So what we probably could do is, instead of using the full cell thing here, is to just use the coordinates only. In fact, down here we do need the cell. Yeah. All right, so what I'm gonna try to do is, so the idea is there's a piece of code here which basically calculates, this one gets the cell, the nearest cell, this one calculates the positioning relative to that cell, and then down here we're doing things to the cell, right? Because what I was thinking of, grid get cell, because what I was thinking of is, I don't need the cell here, I just need the positions, the coordinates, right? So I can convert our input coordinates to the nearest cell coordinates. Then we could clip it and say, okay, if we're outside the right edge, pop it in by 1, etc. And then only down here when we're actually starting to look at the cell, we actually retrieve that cell. But if we're going to do that anyways, we might as well try to retrieve that cell early, right? So let's have a look at these positions. And these positions, this code is something I've done a million times now. And it's probably time that I move those functions into a more centralized place. Input RC, get input RC. So maybe we can use that code here. And we're gonna first, let's see, pause RC. So if we look at that thing, see where that is, and then look at this thing, at this thing, and see how it compares. Because this code hasn't been updated since I've changed that other code, so we might as well do that as well. So if I click here, they should be the same values. Now, interestingly, the get input are... no, I thought one was negative, one wasn't, but they're both negative, right? So they give me the exact same things, right? So we can replace that with this, and we probably should change it to input RC. Because that's like our common nomenclature elsewhere. We probably want to do this, and we want to change pause RC to pause RC to input RC, and that will always let us know, hey, input, this is our mouse position basically. All right, And then this we don't need anymore, and this we don't need either. All right, and I think that should now mean it's still working as before. Okay. And now the same thing we're gonna do with cell. So our cell, and we're gonna just convert the cell to its RC value. And then we have a function. Ah, wait, cell RC. Okay. All right, I think we can just use that then. And cell, and then we forget about that. Okay. And that's kind of using the standard. Oh, nope. It's using our standard functions. Hey, Paolo. All right, yeah, you've mentioned that before, and that's definitely going on the list. Now, there's a couple of caveats, of course, because there's a million different ways to skin that particular cat. In the future, you know, people on with the app, they want cloud saves and all that stuff. So, hey, Paolo. So, Paolo's suggesting a way to transfer an ongoing solve between devices, right? And that's definitely something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So, I'm going to put that transfer board, puzzle, state, and replay. Because ultimately, I want people to have an account on a website and upload their data, and then from there they can just play it anywhere, right? That's the easiest solution. In the meantime, on SudokuPad, the app, people can already share existing puzzles, but it doesn't include the actual replay data. So the sort of shortest path to something useful would be to use the same mechanism to share puzzle data, right? The problem is the data is a little chunky. So how to get that data from the browser into the possession of the user, and then from that possession back into another browser or app. So with the puzzles, we do it with links. But the thing is, the links are already pretty big and chunky. And the replay data is much bigger than that, generally. So one way to do it would be to create a sort of temporary, kind of like tiny URL, sort of create a temporary server where people can just pop the data onto it with an ID, and then whenever with that ID, they can pull it back down elsewhere. But they would have to understand that there wouldn't be any security. So the data they upload is basically accessible to anybody with that URL. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is to say, okay, you can literally download as a file, which mostly works for desktop people. Would be much trickier for Android and iOS users to get that data back into their puzzle, because file handling on mobile devices is just pretty crappy. And you don't want to have a big, like a multi-page URL as an email or something like that, I mean, right now, for example, for me, just to change app to test on my Android browser is a huge pain in the butt, because URLs are so long that scrolling to the beginning of the URL is almost impossible, right? So if I can set up link shortening through my server and then do it that way, that might be one way of doing it. Of course, people will have to accept that their puzzle data sits on my server, basically. I hope people don't have a problem with that, because it's not like they can put their address in it. It's literally just a replay of their, the moves they've made, And that might be something I actually want to prototype pretty soon. That's been quite high on my list of things to do, because it'll let me solve a lot of problems I have with the mobile apps as well. So let's see. Maybe that'll make it onto the list today. Let's see how long it'll take me to do this feature. It shouldn't take too long. So where were we? So this should now get us the cell, right? So I'm clicking here. I'm clicking here. But of course, if we're going out here, we don't necessarily get a cell, right? Yeah, in fact, we get 2 RCs not being read. Now, ooh, that's because of that error. All right. So if we don't get a cell, we probably want to get a cell anyways, right? So let's have a quick look. We have rows and columns. Rows, calls. Rows, calls. And then we have the cell RC value. And we can potentially trim that sort of to the size of the board. Yeah, that's the account solution is kind of the ultimate solution, but that's a lot of work that people take for granted, like setting up database of users, dealing with GDPR, login, forgotten password, all these sorts of things. Then suddenly you need a backup service, you need all sorts of things, right? Even just to sort out one account. I want to do it for sure. The problem is it's kind of one of those invisible kind of tasks where people don't acknowledge the work that goes into it. And I've set up so many of these kind of services over the years, and it's never been easy, basically. All right, so 3, 4, rows and columns are 9, 9. Now the problem is this doesn't necessarily get as a min-max, although I think the grid is always from 0 to onwards. I think. I don't... In the past, I've tried avoiding negative numbers, but I think that's really not ever going to be the case, right? So what we can do here is we can do math.minimum. Well, let's just do this. Let cell R equals math.min. So that's row. So the minimum of rows and cell rc.r. And then the maximum of 0, and it's probably rows minus 1, right? 0 and that. And then we'll do the same thing for this, for the column. So that's columns and C. And we're gonna do a cell r/c here. Like that. And I think those numbers should now be compatible with things outside. This doesn't look right. Wait, no. I misspelled something here. Okay, so if I click here. So that becomes 5, 0. The same as this. 6, 0, 6, 0. And then on the other side, 6, 8. 6, 8. The bottom, 8, 8. 0, 8. Okay. So with that, hopefully we should always be able to grab the correct cell. And I think RC round, maybe we can get rid of that. I think it just does a floor on both of those, right? So we can just do input RC math.floor like that. Right. RC, and I think I lost one brace. And then we don't need that anymore. All right. And there. Doesn't like it. Cell R, cell C. Cell RC. 7, 0. Can read properties of undefined reading call. Wait a second. Am I not getting a cell out of here? Or is it just the maths further down? Wait, no. No, we have a cell here. Okay. So where's the problem? 131. 131. Cell.row. Calls -1. Cell.call. What? Properties of undefined reading call. 131. Let me just pop through the other chat rooms as well. I don't know, sometimes the chat just does not transfer properly. Because cell is not undefined here. Don't know why that's not a, because it checks for null as well, probably. Row call here. Line 131. Oh, wait. Why do we do get cell again here? Oh, wait a second. Oh. All right, I see. Okay, okay. So we're switching over to a different cell here. Basically because, like, if I click here, I want to actually attach it to the cell on the left here. So we need to pull, because this is actually part of the cell here in the first column, while I'm clicking the second column. So here it's trying to grab the correct cell. So we gotta look at how it, you know, figures that out. So we now have a cell in the board guaranteed. So let's see what happens here now. So row call should be just the position of the cell we're starting with. Obviously this cell comes back as undefined in our case here. So click, let me clear this out here. What a mess. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that works now. That works. This will work, except we probably don't want that. Basically what's happening is here it always checks for the distance relative to the nearest center. Here we probably should say, hey, if the distance is greater than a certain number, we probably don't want to do it anymore. So cell dist, edge dist, cell distance, edge distance. So if we're looking at these numbers, so we have 0.4 versus 0.04, whatever. And these numbers should always add up to 1, right? No, sorry, they should always add up to half. So if we add them together, because we're always between an edge and a thingamajig and a center. So 0.52 in the diagonal is the exception. So 0.52 is the square root of 0.5 or something. I'm pretty sure. No, that's 1.7. Wait a second. The distance from here, that's half times half squared. So that's the square root of 0.25 actually. But then the other distance is 0.5. So 0.5 plus 0.5. I'm getting myself confused. There should be a maximum distance. That's what I'm trying to say. So the first distance is the cell distance. So we're looking at the second number here, 0.28, 0.34. Probably further than 0.4. Like here, clicking here in the corner shouldn't really mark that. Even here is a bit dodgy, and that's 0.5. So the center half, so 0.25 makes sense. And it doesn't make sense to mark the cell if we're pressing down here either. So we can do, we could say if cell dist is smaller than, so down here, the cell distance would be greater than 0.5. And then there'll be a bit of a dead zone in the corners. 0.46. Here's 0.23. Trying to find the distance, the closest distance where it'll start going to the center. So it's 0.3 actually. So smaller equals to 0.3. And then here, if where are we? And edge dist is smaller or equal to 0.3. Is that, did I do the same thing down here? 0.3 on either one, right? So reset. So then here in the corners, neither one kicks in. But there shouldn't be a dead zone between the two. Good. And that means down here in the corner, we don't have a question anymore if it's going to happen or not. Yeah, I think that adds some sanity of how far outside of the box you can go to place the marking. All right. So that sorts it actually already out for the bottom and the right edge. Wait a second, then why, what was the errors that I was getting before? 6, 8. It's probably for the left edge, yeah. So if I go here, now obviously we don't actually have a marking for these yet. So, yeah. All right, let's go get rid of these. Can read properties of undefined. So we, first of all, the 3-4 split here doesn't make a ton of sense. I think val isn't used until down there. Yeah. So let's move the val down there for now. Down here. Right. And we're interested now in this part. So we're selecting the cell. The question is here. So we get an undefined cell because we're kind of forcing it through all of this stuff here. So let's have a look at dx, dy, dx and dy. So for example, if I click here, the dx is -1. Is that really, does that really make sense? Because it's going relative to this cell, it says it's -1. So it's actually popping over by that amount. And if we're clicking on this side, dx, so this would be -1, this would be +1. Okay, so that's, the dx dy is still neutral. So this will be -1. So basically we have to see if our, so we have to recalculate our cell RCs, right? And now here we don't care about the maximum minimum stuff. We just care about the minimum stuff, right? So cell RC is now basically calculated off these values. So we have row and column. Let me update the agenda here. So we have Pentel crosses boundaries, and what did we say? Transfer tweak red orange for contrast. So I'm gonna put that next. The release to production. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that. Gonna get rid of the release to production. Nobody cares about that. That's just my homework. And if somebody wants me to play the Sven arrow puzzle, it's still there on the agenda. All right, and can I? Now, boom. Let's do that. Right. Maybe something like that. I don't know. All right. And if I do this in the background, I think that's quite visible there. All right, so again, little small simple math problems and my brain gets stuck. So we want to get the cell to the right. So we want to kind of min-max all this stuff. So if this is our row, we can just put that in there. And if this is our column, we can just put that in there. And then we can output the cell R, cell C, right? And now it should be the same thing, RC40, right? So now we can put these in here. No. Why does it do double editing? Don't do that. Like, there's no way I could do that on purpose. I don't know how to do it, but it happens accidentally all the time. So it's really not a time saver. Okay. So it's just gonna, for now, it's gonna force it into that cell. Into the bottom, right? but even from the inside. Okay, so that's a good start. So all we need to do now is checking if we are on the edge, right? If cell and. So we, first of all, do we still need this check? Dx equals 0 or d, yeah, so this check, so none of these checks actually are valid anymore. Right. And I'm gonna do this for a sec here. Because those checks were about checking that we're clicking on a cell and getting to the edges, and that's all out the window now, right? Probably don't need that anymore. So we should always have a cell now. But we should now be able to look at the dx dy to determine if we're on the left side. And that's our new, we're gonna get 2 new letters, 2 new characters, right? And we're gonna have to update the renderer to do that. So currently we have 3 and 4. So we're gonna add B and C. And they're gonna look like 3 and 4. And it's a pity they're so far down and not next to each other anymore, but legacy and all that. Right, so we're gonna do a, so we had A, so we're gonna get a B and a C. And that'll be edge X left, and then X edge top. And we probably need to go minus, no, wait. So we're going from the right to the left. So only that switches. And here we're going from the top to the bottom. So only that switches. So we need a B and a C. And now we need to determine which one we're going to do, which one we're going to get out of these, right? So we're going to call this val. And it's going to be a little nested iffy thing, right? So previously we only cared if dx dy is 0 or not. Now we're also caring if they're 1 or -1. So if, let's start with dx, right? If dx equals 1, we're gonna get, so if delta x is 1, that means we're going to the right, which means we're getting the edge x right. So that gets us a 3. If delta x is, so let's do that. If delta x equals -1, and here we're gonna have to do some brace nesting, then we're gonna get the left, which is now the B. Else, if dy equals 1, then we'll get the 4, and else we get the C. And that should be it. I think that's it. So, here we go. Delta x is -1. It gets us a B. This gets us a 3. This gets us a C. Yeah, so I forgot. This only applies if we are... Excuse me. It only applies if we're in the topmost row. So we want to go about this slightly differently. What if we start with this, right? So that gets us the 3 and the 4. And then we just check if either value is negative, we go to the other direction. So that's a 3, it's a 3, that's a 4. That should still get us a 3. That should get us a 3, that should get us a 4, and that should get us a 4, right? So we can just do that, actually. All right, and now we can say if dx equals -1 or dy equals -1, no, because I'm making the same mistake again, right? We only care about the negative if we're in the last row or column, right? So if the cell column, so let's see, left edge, let's call it left edge. Left edge happens if cell column equals 0 and dy equals 0. Then we're in the left edge. So using of val before initialization, bugger off. So here, val is 3, left edge true, left edge false, left edge true, and dx equals -1. I think that's our real check. So boom, left edge true, left edge false, 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 and left edge true. All right, and then top edge, if our row is 0 and our delta y is -1, so that should be true here, should not be true there. Oh, no, it should not be true there. Why did it show true? True, false, false, true, false, true, no, false, 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 false. False, 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 false. True. Okay, so that seems to check out. So we can just, I mean, we basically can just do that. So we said, if left edge is true, we want the edge x left. So that's a B, and then otherwise it's a C. And for this one, it'll be a C. All right, let's see. So val goes 3 to B, 3, 3, 4, 4, C. And that should let us actually just put them in here. It should be backwards compatible, thanks to Mark's clever idea with how the letters worked. And it's all based on that, thanks to the letter system. Okay. All right, that one works. That one doesn't work. It's not working. It is not working. So that one works. Even from outside. That one doesn't. Why? Why? B and C. Is there something else I need to do? Arg. Cell marker. B and C. Maybe there's somewhere else where it needs to deal with the 3 and the 4. I don't see it though. Find 3. Get desperate. Nope, nope. No. Did I not save this maybe? Let's just do this and then do a quick sneaky log here. And what's that? You think the X drawing is off? Maybe. All right, let's see if we end up on the right spot. So we're drawing render pen value 3, render pen. Why does it 3 and B? 3, B, 3, B. Where does the 3 come from? Where does that 3 come from? B. Handle input up, click cell. Val 3, val B. How do we get to the render 3 here? What? I think I'm missing something here, Mark. We're definitely putting val into the actions here. Let me put a warn on this so we can see it, see where it gets drawn from, and see where that data comes from. So we clear that, clicking on that edge, and we get a B on the pen. Okay, great. Tell you what, let's just draw it the same way for now. So we'll just do this, right? Okay. And if I do column plus 0.5, what happens? Okay. Oh, I said -1. Yeah, it should have been 0. Okay. Yeah, we're moving it by 1 cell. All right. But why B? And now that 3 has disappeared. That's strange. Okay, but I think that's really all we need, right? Oh, wait. You saw that? I clicked at the bottom edge of the cell. Ah, it's so bizarre. It sometimes does the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, this one is wrong. Okay, what's happening here? So, so if we're on that edge, so we're basically in this cell pointing to the left, which should be this cell pointing to the right. That confuses it. So if I click, let me clear this. Also, I click here. Let me. I click here. So it's 3, 1. And if we do it in the first row, it'll be 0, 1. 0, 1. 0. Let's clear everything. So near the edge, on the left side of the edge, 0, 1. And then on the right, also 0, 1. So then it would be 0, 0, 0, 0. Why do I have a feeling this is off by half a cell? So this is 0, 8. That's 0, 7. But that should be 0, 8 with a negative dx dy, shouldn't it? Let me see. The original cell CR RC. So if I click here, it's 1, 8. And then down here it's 1, 7. Oh, wait a second. I think I copied what I had up there. No, I didn't. This is what we had down here. All right, 1 second. So I'm clicking. So from here, cell RC is 8, 0. Here it should also be 8, 0. Then here should be 8, 1. Then here it should be 8, 1. So the first set of the first cell RC is correct. So really, here we need to just adjust it by the dx dy. So instead of doing it with math, maybe it's easier if we do it with a calculation, right? So basically, if it's 0 and that, you know, we don't actually want to modify this. We want to modify this up here. So if our column is greater than 0 and our dx is -1, then we want to subtract 1 from this and make dx equals +1, right? So let's just put dx dy here before and then after. And then for dy, we do the same thing. If it's greater than 0 and dy is -1, then we'll just go up by 1 column and make dy positive. And that should arrange dx dy and the cell r, cell whatever, into the right things. Let's click here. So we start out at 4, 4 with a negative dx, so the top. We want to convert that into a 3, 4 with a positive dx. Or dy in this case, right? So dy now became positive. So if I click here, it's positive on 5, 4. If I click here, we start at 5, 4. Oh, because the cell RC is already being modified. Yeah, never mind. So if I click at the bottom, we're starting at 4, 6, and we have a positive dy. If I click at the top, it now gets turned from a 4, 6 to a 3, 6. And we probably want to output that here. And let's do it this way around and this way around. And can probably get rid of that one. Clear it all. So, bottom edge, it's a 3, 4 with a 0, 1, 3, 4, 0, 1. Top edge, this goes from 3, 4, 0, -1 to 2, 4, 0, 1. Okay. Same should happen down here. All right. Now, in the topmost row, it's a 0, 5 with a positive delta y. And then here, it goes from 0, 5, 0, -1 to a 0, 5, and it stays at 0, -1. And it now knows how to do with that. Okay. How to deal with that. And that should be it. Maybe slightly less elegant than the math, but sometimes being explicit is its own reward with, you know, it just working better. So I think we can get rid of all of this. I think we still need to do this, although that should never really return anything bad now. We don't really need the cell, actually. So that should be just that, and that should just be that. We're not actually looking at the cell up here. So we might actually delay getting the cell in the first place. Like this. For all these calculations, right? So we don't actually need the cell here. So if I click here or here or here or here or here or here, that all works fine. So because, for example, we don't do anything with the cell now, we don't actually have to retrieve it. And then we'll do something with the cell down here. So we'll retrieve the cell here. And here we update the cell RC first. And row and col here, we shouldn't really be doing anything with either. And I don't think we are, because we have cell RC here. God, I sound like I'm trying to sell cell phone coverage or something like that. Okay. And does it work from outside? Yes. But you have to be within the 0.3 distance here. So we're gonna do const min edge dist equals 0.3. Oops. Or actually that's max edge dist, not minimum. Let's be a little bit accurate. Oh, and then we have max max cell dist, which happens to also be 0.3. I feel like I should capitalize these as sort of constants. I don't know. Is that a convention? I feel like I've read that somewhere. Okay. So we don't have that magic number in there. We still have this here, but to be honest, we could probably get rid of that now. And then only calculate the edge dist if. So we'll prioritize the cell distance. No, because it gives us basically an oval, right? Because between these two, the space for the cell distance is like, we're biased towards the cell. But then horizontally we have that 0.6 of the width of the line. So here we can, here we can't. Which I think is reasonable. Alright. And we don't need those. This all now makes sense. This should never fail. But yeah, this definitely needs a bit of testing, so I don't think this should go into this update. So these are all going after this current update goes live, so they have a bit of time to test. Alright. Don't feel like I did this many changes, but I think I just did a bunch of refactoring and reformatting. Yeah, and then like these, I just got rid of all those clauses because we don't need them anymore. Alright. Don't need that anymore. We can probably modernize some of this lingo. Wow, I haven't been using var in a long while, so that code is quite old. Alright, so we have the cell marker down here. And then handle input up, logging down there somewhere. I think that's it. So we have added this to the renderer, obviously as needed. Okay, can get rid of that now. And I hope somebody tells Simon. Max edge dist is still wrong. Max edge dist. Max edge dist. Thank you. Make sure I didn't have any other typos there. Thank you very much for spotting that. Don't know actually how that would have affected the code, thanks to JavaScript's dodgy handling of things like that. Whoops. I think the peak is a link, and all right. I don't. Right now, the cursor is not a pointer outside the grid, but I'm not really too worried about that. Let's find a grid with some stuff on the outside, just to test it. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. This one. So yeah, so we have that 0.3, which makes it sane that you can't just press anywhere. Yeah, that dark green on the thick black lines, I don't find it very readable. But it's also, it's a very busy marking. Message retracted. I'm so curious what you said. Yeah, my restream chat is just not working well. It's just not working well. Let me see if I refresh it. Or, oh no, it just empties out. Oh, that's terrible. Restream, get your act together. What about here? Can I see it here? Oh wow, that's also not up to date. Even YouTube isn't up to date with its own chat in my dashboard. That's just terrible. Wow, okay, so it's still the last message that YouTube thinks it knows is, I think it's just the extra I'm drawing that's off. Oh wait, okay, so you have a retracted message. All right. Sorry, I'm just chasing down that message. I'm curious now. I hate that I didn't catch it. All right, so I think that's actually pretty good. And the diff isn't too crazy. We mostly just overhauled and cleaned up some code, modernized some things. And I think this is a fairly solid implementation, mostly because, you know, we've tested it on the line system, so we know this kind of thing works this way. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so let's bump the version. And this should be a minor bump. And then it's just going to be sitting on that branch until the release goes out, and then I can merge it in. And I have a couple of those now. So the next release will already have quite a few things to test very quickly. Oh, yeah. My version bumping script is a little lacking. It doesn't actually unbump the lower parts of the semware. So I have to kind of manually fix those up. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't version bump it. I shouldn't version bump it at all, because I don't know what version I'm bumping it to, right? So let's not version bump it. We'll do that at the time of merging, because, you know, conflicts and all that. So let's not do that. So enable pen tool, enable boundary edge marks. All right, that's done. We can publish that as well. Is that... Did we have a to-do for that? God, so many items. Allow citizens at puzzle. Did I not put this in here already? Allow puzzle provide constant pen tool, transparency when corners center tools are active. Copy paste cell contents, disable digit button once all digits have been entered correctly. Yeah. Double digit mode, dark mode. I thought I put it in here back when we were working on the pen tool. That's a pity. I don't get to check something off. That's a pity. Alright, I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. Nothing to pick off. Yeah, I mean, you could click outside the grid. It was just using the, hey, give me the cell disposition function to kind of validate. And of course, that was kind of screwing it. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I know I can search. I don't think it's there. All right, so that ticks off this item. If I can figure out how to edit this thing. Let's call it done. And let's make the done big. Makes me feel better. And then move it to the bottom. Boom. There we go. Now the red-orange color tweaking, let's do that, and then I'm going to have a short bathroom break. That we could really just do on master, because that's not the sort of thing... Well, I say it doesn't require a lot of testing, but immediately people are going to say, oh, the colors are weird. I don't like the colors. So it's always a bit of a... I'm scared touching that stuff. Like, as bad as it is, people are used to it. So it's sometimes... Oh, no. No. I don't want to bisect. Can I get bisect abort? Can I... like, I'm gonna check that, because I don't want it to just undo everything I've done suddenly. Because I did a bisect the other day, and I guess I didn't close it properly. Reset. No, I don't want to reset. Can I do a git bisect abort? Yeah, and it's not even controversial. It's just like being used to something that's not great is sometimes better for people than getting something that's objectively better. After bisect session, to clean up the bisection state and return to the original head, issue the following command. By default, this will return your head. Also do that, as it cleans up the old bisection state. Git bisect. Abort without resetting. How to abort git bisect. Like, that doesn't actually abort. I don't think they registered. Attempt to specify good. I don't think it is doing anything. I would like to abort the entire session so that I can reinitialize the operation. The problem is I don't want it to go somewhere. This is kind of scary. I mean, it's committed, so I don't think it should do anything. Well, I'm gonna try it. But it sucks that it might take me somewhere I don't want to go. Yeah, like it takes me to master. Now in this case, it doesn't, it's okay, you know? But imagine if I had unsafe changes and all that stuff. That could have been a bit scary. Alright, I think the color change is not something we need to branch for though. Mostly because it's easy to revert and it's clear and clean what happens. So let's do a few little test patterns. Actually, let's do a kind of a small checkerboard pattern like that. Let's do a large checkerboard pattern like that. Let's do some lines and some columns. So these are all going to be red. And then this is going to be orange. Because that's the thing, like I might contrast them relative to each other, but then suddenly the orange and the yellow will be too close or something like that. So, and let's see, color contrast. Like, let's see if there's some sort of tool that helps us with color contrast and stuff. And let's see where the colors are actually kept. I think currently they solely live inside the style sheet. In here somewhere. So the problem is, yeah, the color here is not necessarily the one that gets drawn there. So it might actually live in the renderer too. And that's kind of part of the problem of why I haven't been able to easily sort that out. So let's see, render selvage. I think the colors get passed in here. Yeah. So let's see, render selvage. Color scheme. So this is, we already have a bit of a color scheme thing going on here. Color scheme. Color scheme. Color scheme. So the colors should be these. And it should be color yada yada, right? So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 and 6. So this should be orange and red. Franco was there a moment ago. He said, I bet the colors are very controversial. Yeah. The problem is they're also semi-transparent to see things through to the back. So the washed out look is very hard to prevent with the transparency. Like the red here is, it's not a very pure red. You see they're all 0.6. They're very transparent actually. So let's see if we make it a little bit purer. And push the green and the blue down. What if we make the red brighter? And then just kind of tweak the contrast a bit, like bring that down to 50 and maybe that down to 110. And I'm gonna do this on a second tab so we can kind of tab back and forth. So if we look at these two now, except it looks like I've adjusted the orange, not the red. 0, 1. Oh, because 0 is transparent. Okay. So that's orange. And that's red. So now, of course, I made the orange more red. Which is not what we had in mind. So how about we make the red more red instead of the orange? So these are almost even, red and blue, green and blue. Do we want red to be brighter? I don't know. Let's see. And I refreshed the wrong one. God damn it. All right. You know what? Let's go to the SudokuPad version. That should obviously not have the changed colors. Except, of course, yeah, we don't have the puzzle there. So let's not do that. Let's just go back to how it was. Go back to how it was. Refresh this with a clean slate. And then update the red and check again. Here we go. So it's funny, we've only changed the red, but it almost makes the orange look grayer. But it actually makes the red look grayer. So the red here, even though to my eyes it looks dimmer, even though I've actually made it... no, wait a second. The brighter version is the one we've modified. Okay. So I think that's actually pretty nice. The problem is then it gets quite dark. Well, let's make a more extreme change first. I think that might be easier to then, like, to see what, if we're getting to where we want to get to, and then kind of back down from there. So, and if we make the orange brighter, so maybe 60, and then maybe this 80 or 90. No, we want in the orange, we want to contrast the green and the blue to differentiate it from the red. Right, so maybe the green higher, brighter, and then the blue darker. Like this, for example, is much more contrasty. But now the orange is probably closer towards yellow. So I guess we might have to throw in some yellow here. Maybe we can do this. Yeah, so the yellow and the orange are also a bit of a problem. Maybe we'll have to do the yellow at the same time. I believe this is the yellow. So if we do the yellow, if we crank the brightness on the yellow, because yellow and orange have more or less the same patterns, right? So, well, maybe if we bring this down a bit again, and then make this lower by a whole chunk, something like this. What about these three? I mean, the yellow here is not a pure yellow, so we could go a little bit more aggressive. The problem is with yellow is that it can get very close to white. Should be this close to white. What did I do? Wait, that can't be it. Did I? I don't know. Orange. Did I press undo perhaps? Okay. Let's get yellow even brighter. What do you think of these three then? I mean, I'm not too fond of this yellow. It's a little I don't know. The red is definitely less murky. I don't know if they're not a bit too bright as well though. That's the problem. And the change is a little bit strong. So maybe we can take this like find a change that works and then half it and then just try that and see how people like it. Like here the orange and the yellow are pretty close, but I don't know exactly how I would fix that. If I put the yellow in here. Like this is much less subtle, but there's definitely more contrast. The orange is a bit rich for my taste. It's still quite reddish. Maybe we have to back down on the red content in the orange. Make it more murky again. If I bring this up, if I bring up the blue, if I take the blue to 0, what does orange look like without blue? If I make it that, then it becomes very green. Yellow is here. If I take this down on the yellow. I mean, they're definitely very distinct colors right now. What do you think of these? I'm gonna make this the Forte option. So what I'm thinking of doing now, and let's bring these together like this. So what I'm thinking of doing now is to do a third set where we kind of go halfway between the original color and what we've just made. Because this might be too much change, right? And people might be, you know, it's so different. So let's see. So the original orange was a little higher on the red. So let's bring it up to halfway, 2 to 8. Then this one was much lower. So let's bring this down to 140. And this was a little higher. So let's bring that to 50. And we call this medio, and we're pretending we're conductors here. All right, so this could be 35 to 55, so I'll be 45. This went from 76 to 40, so 58. And this went from 71 to 50, so 70, no, to 40. 70 to 40, that's the third difference, so 15 more, 55. And finally went from 248 to 255. So that's a 7 difference, so we'll just go down a little bit. Like that. 255 from 216, that's a difference of around 40. So we'd go down by 20. And then we went from 86 to 40, so that's 23 more, 63. So this would be the middle ground between the two. So I think that's already an improvement without being too garish. What do you think? Like between this one and this one. The red has a bit of a bluish tinge, but it's kind of good. So like it's a cooler red. I don't think any of these colors should have a problem with any of the other ones. Like yellow and purple. Or yellow, well, maybe like yellow and light gray. Ugh. But that's already pretty bad. So if anything, that might have gotten better. Yeah, I think that's actually gotten better. So let's see, red and blue. And red and green. So we'll put the blue here and the green there. So remember, this is the original, and that's the new. I think I'm quite happy with that, actually. I think overall that's an improvement. So I think we're gonna call these Franco. And I think this is something we can actually push into. I'm gonna put your name in here with that. So as a reminder where that came from. All right, so this is the new color, and that's the old color. Let me go full screen. So old colors, 3, 2, 1, new colors. And we can also do a side by side. Yeah, it's an improvement. I like it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not updating the buttons at the moment because I think they're slightly different colors anyways. But in the long run, I should probably come up with a system of kind of transforming this to the button colors. So let's do a... let's save this, make sure it's saved. I don't think we touched the style. So we're gonna do a npm run bump patch. Because I think that's something that doesn't need a lot of testing, and it's easy to reverse. It's just like, hey, people might complain because it looks odd or whatever, but it's not like a functional issue. So what I'm gonna do here is your first contribution to the source will be in version 0.163.28, improved red, orange, yellow color contrast. Is that all right? And I think I'm gonna leave the original... should I leave the original ones in here? No. They'll be in Git if we need them. They'll be in Git if we need them. I think that makes more sense. And we'll capitalize these. Maybe we'll call them Franco Orange, Franco Red, and Franco Yellow. There we go. That's awesome. Welcome to Viewer's Choice streaming. That's what I wanted to accomplish today. All right. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. And I think my tradition is to use this line as my commit message as well, so I don't have to do any more thinking than absolutely necessary. Boom. There we go. And That's it. All right, and we can tick it off in our agenda here. Done. Very nice. Sweet. So the next one is actually going to be a biggie. The puzzle state transfer. We might actually get somewhere with that today. My strategy right now, my ideas for it is, because the puzzle data is readily available. I'm encoding, decoding it all places, all sorts of, all the time, right? I don't have a strict schedule. I'm on Central European time, and I generally stream, or so far I've often streamed in the morning, and then I try to stream again in the afternoon. But from next week onwards, I'm going to do some contracting work in the mornings. So likely I'm going to be streaming in the afternoons, maybe from 5 or from 4 or 5 Central European time onwards. So roughly an hour or two earlier than today. And I'd like to get a slot once a week where I stream late in the evening for my American viewers, for their benefit. So for the data sharing, what I'm thinking of doing is, I definitely would like to have some server support, but first I would build all the infrastructure, right? Like have a way of getting the data out of the app, have some sort of user interface. Maybe have it part of the replay tool. So maybe have a button, save and restore, that kind of thing. So let's see, I have a little time zone spreadsheet. So you're Pacific time, right? So you're UTC -8. So Central European time, if I stream, let's say at 4, that'd be very early in the morning. So maybe around 5 or 6. That'd be your 8 o'clock. I don't know how early you're up. You're probably the worst time zone. Yeah, because even if I streamed early in the morning, it would still be very late for you. Yeah, so you're exactly the sort of people I'd like to do a once a week late evening stream, so you guys would have it in the afternoon, kind of like maybe Sunday evenings, something like that. Ah, that's a good idea. Yeah, because the replay tool, most people don't have it on, and then they'd be forced to enable it. And personally, I don't even like the second row for the pen tool. So yeah, that's a good idea. Let's write some things down. So step 1. So let's give it a name. Replay share, and we could use hamburger menu. Now, probably what I could do is we could say save replay, and then for loading replay, we could literally accept just a drag and drop, right? Save replay file.replay. So, and then maybe we'll do puzzle name underscore date, something like that. Or maybe not date, maybe, because people can rename it, right? Maybe either action count or duration. Replay duration dot replay. So something like that. And then drop.replay. And then maybe I could call it something else, like, I could use a long file name like SudokuPad replay. But people aren't really used to very long file names, especially very long extensions. Drop.replay file. Onto. Now, maybe most people wouldn't try that. So maybe while I'm accepting that, I should also have a menu item, which just says, hamburger menu, open replay. Now, the other problem is that I think the replay needs to include the puzzle data. which is a bit of it's a small issue because, of course, Sudoku, the CTC puzzles are just an ID and the data comes from my servers, while F puzzles, the data is in the link, right? So we'll have to see how the replay data is actually... Because, for example, in SudokuPad, the mobile app, the replay data doesn't store the puzzle data because it already has access to the puzzle data, right? While, for example, my replay tool doesn't store the puzzle data, which means you have to open the correct puzzle first to be able to load the replay. Thanks for hanging out, Franco. Appreciate you stopping by. Nice to meet you as well. I'm looking forward to reading your messages with more time to reply properly. Very much appreciated. Thanks. So, message from Rangsk. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye, Franco. Have a good evening. Morning. Day. Sunday. Have a good weekend. Thanks for the new colors. Very much appreciated. I think a lot of people will actually like those. Okay, so we have drag and drop for the replay file onto an app. We have open replay. What does it look like when I'm opening a file? Upload. Yeah, so that's usually just a button for uploading, right? So that's user interface. Now, data format. We need to include puzzle data. Now that should take the form of either the fpuzzle link or the CTC version. And that usually includes descriptions, hints, and all that sort of thing. It'll just be a big JSON blob, I suppose. Replay data. Now the replay data, I think, should be in the compact form as I store them in here. So replay data as stored in local storage. And then some metadata, I suppose. Metadata. I don't know if we want to store date and time. Maybe when the replay was stored, saved. Time, date, time of saving. I think that's basically the only thing, really. We don't really want to have any other information. And we don't have information of when the puzzle was last played, or, you know, we just have what's in the replay, and that's only relative to the puzzle start. All right, I'm going to take a short break, just a couple of minutes, to go to the bathroom and all that stuff. And I hope some of you guys will still be around when I come back, and we can maybe get cracking on this feature. So, what shall we put over here? Yeah, that's fine. Well, oh yeah, did you guys see the Sven puzzle? Maybe we'll work on this later. What do you think? All right. I have a message here. I had a message overlay somewhere. No. Let me see. Do I have a... I used to have a break scene. I'm gonna test this, but I don't know if it's any good. Ah, there we go. It just takes the camera out. Awesome. All right, I'll be right back. Hey there. All right. Let's see how I'm gonna get out of this. Hey, and I'm back. All right. So I was just thinking, it was on the agenda before I removed it. I had releasing the new version to production. And maybe before we start working on this stuff, maybe that's exactly what we should do. Because if something blows up, hey, we're all here, we can take a look. And we can maybe fix it right away. So, let's do that. And it'll be a little look behind the scenes how I, in my little cobbled together way, do releases. Because my setup is quite nasty. Basically, the production and staging side live side by side in two separate folders. Because it made it easier to work on instead of having a particular branch for it. So then basically when time to release production, and it means I can run them both on my machine at the same time and test them at the same time. In fact, we're going to run, nope, that's the wrong operating system. We're gonna run the test version of the production site right now. So let's see, that is npm run test production. So now we have Sven arrow on our staging version, and then on a different port we'll have our production version. Right, and here we'll see, if we look at the console, and maybe I can squeeze it all in like this. How do I get rid of this? I don't. So this would be version, oh. Why do we have, oh, I didn't refresh it, okay. So this is version 163.28, and this is 141.2, which is the current production version. And I would like, so I'm gonna do a deploy to here. We're gonna play this game. That's been long on my to playlist anyways. And then we're gonna do a deploy, and then we'll find another puzzle to test once again once it's live. And I would appreciate you guys all, playing along once it's released onto production, just to help me out with the testing. That would be great. So, yeah. What we're gonna do is, and it's basically just a file copy. It feels a little dirty to even admit to it, but really all I'm doing is, and it's kind of how Firebase is set up, so I kind of wanted something that was sort of easy to do and kind of reliable, like I knew what was going on. And before we do it, let's get everything in sync, make sure there aren't any pending puzzles. So update puzzles, that script basically just goes to the Cracking the Cryptic YouTube channel and checks if there's any new puzzles that I don't know about yet and adds them to my local database so they're cached. Because I have no other way of finding out what IDs are being used there. And if it's not cached, some people can't access them, unfortunately. Although I've found a way around that, but anyway. So then basically everything just goes into here. Now, normally I just copy the files over, but if I'm deleting a file, I'm just realizing that might be a problem. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to create production backup, and then we're going to move all of this into this backup folder, because there's a couple of thousand files in there for all the puzzles. And then we're going to move all of these over. And how big is that? 14 megabytes, not a big deal. Wow, it takes a while to copy though. Well, it's mostly all the puzzles. There's like 3,000 or 4,000 of them now. 3,750. Yikes. All right. So if I now refresh here, we should now be on version 10.163.28. All right. And let's just do this puzzle. I'm going to keep the console open so we see anything odd happening. And this was sent in by somebody a while ago, and I always said I was going to make a video of it. And I have played it once a while ago, but I'm not very good at puzzles, so I don't think that's any particular great advantage. But I see there's a row with only 2 digits missing, and I can pencil mark those. And I'm a big pencil marker, so be prepared for that. And we're seeing a 1 and a 6 for this row. Oh yes, and let me enable, you know, the letter tool. And I'm going to use this mode because I have my Alt-Shift hotkey, which I haven't fixed yet. That needs to be moved. Large digits on. I'll enable the pen tool because we kind of want to test everything, even though we're not going to use it for this puzzle, or at least I doubt we will. So we need a 5 and a 9 here. Those are resolved. So the orange. Let me look at the rules. Hey Shelby. I really am not. My measure is puzzle. When Simon's videos are less than half an hour, I can usually solve them on my own mostly. If they're less than 25 minutes, I usually solve them before playing the video. Anything above that, I usually wait for him to help me out. Oh, wait, there's a 1 here. I can see this. All right, so let's see. The position of the circles must be determined. Okay, so all of these lines are actual circles. They're not like any special, circles. There are arrows, right? So blue arrows are missing a 2 pill at one end, right? So these are our double-digit ones. Orange arrows are missing a single-digit circle at one end. So here, 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 or here, or here, or here, or here, 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 or here. And the purple line represents 2 arrows missing a circle somewhere in the middle. So somewhere here. All right. So the blue arrows are missing a 2-digit pill. Now it doesn't say exactly how, but I'm assuming the pills go from left to right and top to bottom. So let's say if this was a 15, this would be the 1, this would be the 5, or this would be the 1, this would be the 5. So we'll have to figure that out, right? And we know these two, they both add up. Well, they don't add up to 45. So let me try to remember if I can do that math, right? Because they don't add up to 45 because they don't include the digits, right? So, you know, let's imagine the pill, and then we can color that. Imagine this was the pill, right? Then the sum of these is these 2 digits. So what is the smallest we can sum up to 8 digits up to? Sorry, not 8, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 15, 21, 28, right? So the smallest this can be is 28. So it has to have a 2 here or here. Well, a 2 or a 3, right? It cannot be 40-ish. Wait, if it's 41... Yeah, no, it cannot be. Because if it was a 4 and a 1, it would be missing 4, and 4 and 1 add up to 5, right? And if it can't be a 4, 0, right? So it's a 2 or a 3. Now this one, for example, can't be a 3. And I think there's... Well, let's see. Okay, so either 2, 3 here or 2, 3 here. Not a 3, right? And, well, actually, I don't think we need to do this, because I think there's only one way of doing this. Oh, the first... Sorry about that. Okay. How are we gonna do this? I keep forgetting that that part of my screen isn't actually on stream. Let's do it like this. And we're gonna move this to here. Actually, let's move it over here. I hope that's better. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just talking about these cages, right? And I'm trying to remember what on a 45 cage. I think there's only one option, right? So let's say this is a 39, then we're missing 12. 39 plus 12 is more than 45, so it can't be 39. If it's 35, 3 and 5 adds up to 8. 35 plus 8 is 43, so it must be more than that. So 36, 3 and 6 add up to 9. 36 plus 9 is 45. So it's got to be 3, 6. So either 3, 6 here or 3, 6 here. Now this cannot be a 3. So it's got to be 3, 6 here. So I think that just tells us this is the 3, this is a 6, and that's not the colors. And it's always got to be 3, 6, right? So 3, 6 here or 3, 6 here. And I believe it'll, you know, it won't be 3, 6 this way. It'll always be left to right. Now it can't be here because we have a 3, 6 here. So it's got to be here, 3, 6, right? And that means there's a 3 and a 6 on this arrow. And the 6 isn't here and the 3 isn't here. And then the remaining digits, you know, they get filled in one way or another. So then we have a couple of digits here that we can stripe up and down. We have a 6 here. So there is a 6 here, which is interesting to know. So either that's a 6 cell arrow with a 1, 2, 3 here, or it's got to be a 7, 8, or 9 arrow. If it's a 7, 8, or 9, well, it can't be a 9, so it would be a 7 or an 8. So it cannot be a, yeah, so it cannot be a 7 or 8 because you cannot have a 6 on a 3 cell arrow except for 9, and you can't put a 9 here. So that's a 3 cell, sorry. It's a 3 cell arrow with a 6 on this end, and the 3s aren't here, so that's a 3. And then these two are from 7 and 8. All right, so that's pretty nice already. Now this arrow either is a 6, an arrow that sums to 6, or it's an arrow that has 6 on it. So it has to be at least 7, 8, 9, and this can be at best 1, 2, 3. Can't be a 1, so this can't be a 7. Okay. Hey, Thomas Miles. What's good? Did I miss something? Oh, okay, you're telling me about the framing. Thanks. All right. Oh yeah, we were doing striping, so I was gonna look if these 6s reveals anything. So 6 can be there. There's a 6 here. 3, there's a 3 here, marking that it's not going to be very useful though. All right. Now we know either this is a 6, right? So these two add up to 6. Or it's a 9, because it has to have a 3 on it, right? So then it would be a 3, 6. It cannot be a 3, like, well, if this is a 6, yeah, no. In fact, it can't be a 6, because if it's a 6 and it has to have a 3 on it, well, you can't have 3 on it twice to add up to 6. So it's, to have a 3 and a 6 on it, well, that makes it a 9. So there's a 9 here or here, and we just have 3, 6, and 9 on here. And we know there's no 6 here, and there's no 3 here. And now we can add up these 3 digits because that's what's missing from this cage, right? So we have, well, it's 2 times 9, it's 18. So we have 45 minus 18, and we end up with 27, right? 27 plus 10, 37 plus 8 is 45. Yes. So that's 27. So this is a 27. These add up to 27. But now we have to remove 2 of them and figure out what the rest will be, right? So can they be 1 and something, right? Like, can it be, let's say a 15, right? If this was 15, the remaining cells, so it would be 1, 5, 6, so 27. The remaining cells would have to add up to 21, which is not 15. It can't be 15. So the difference is 4. So it'd be 17. So 1 and 7, these add up to 17. Plus 1 and 7 is 17 plus 8 is 25. No, we need to get to 27, right? So if it's 18, these add up to 18. 1 and 8 is 9. 18 plus 9 is 27, right? So it's 18. So it's either 1, 8 here or 1, 8 here. This one means it's here. So we should have a 1 and an 8 here. And then these, I'm just going to scribble them in. So there's no 3, 4, 5, 6. We have already in 2, 7, 8, right? So 2, 7 come out of here. No 8 here. And we will see. So there's a 1 over here. And this arrow is 4, 5, or 9. Well, it's obviously a 9 arrow, so there's a 9 on either end. And well, we assumed this would be the head, but if the bulb. If this is the bulb, well, these two just add up to 6 without a 1, so 2, 4, like that. It can't be 1, 5, right? Oh, and that can't be a 4. So this can't be a 2, so 4, 2 this way. Okay. And down here, the 9 can't be in the middle. So we have 9s here and here, which means there's a 9 here. And that 9 has to be the bulb for this double arrow. And it can't be here because that would mean this cell would add up to 9, so it can't be here. So it's either here or here. If it's here, we have a 2-cell 9 and a 3-cell 9. If it's here, we have a 3-cell 9 here and a 2-cell 9 there. All right. This 8 means there shouldn't be any 8s here. Let's see, 1, 1, no. I'm just seeing if there's some digit that excludes a bunch of these. We only have 4 left on this side. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Doesn't tell me much. I mean, this could be a 7 if this is a... Ah, wait, can it? If it's a 7, then these would be 1 or 2. So 1, 6, no. 2, 5, no. So this can't be a 7. Well, it can be, but it can't be a... it can't be the bulb. So this can't be the bulb. The bulb can't be a 2. It can't be a 1. It can't be the 7, because then this would have to be 1 and 6 or 2 and 5. So this is the bulb. Let's make it orange. All right, let's actually make all our orange arrow bulbs orange. At least the ones we know. So this could be a 3, 1 plus 2. It could be an 8. No, it can't be an 8. It could be 7 plus 2. It could be a 9. So that's a 3 or a 9. Either one is plausible, I suppose. All right. Anything else that springs out? And this column looks a little limited. Okay, I think we have to look at... I think this one is something worth looking at. Wait a second. This can't be a 9 now. So if this was a 9, it would be 6, 3. So this can't be a 3 anymore. If it's an 8, it's 6, 2. If it's a 4, it's 6. 4 plus 2 is 6. So that's always a 2. Whoops. No. Nope, I was in the wrong mode. So that should be a 2. Which means no 2's here. That's a 2. Uh-huh. Interesting. That's not a 2. These aren't 2's. 2's. The 2's are here. So this should work. Yes, this still works. All right, so that's a 4 and 8. We still don't know which one of these two is the bulb, interestingly enough. We know there's a 7 here. There's a 7 here, so there's a 7 there. There's an 8 up here. 3. All right. And 1, 2, 7. I'm just realizing I made a mistake here. I hope I wasn't using this for anything. Because we're missing a digit. It's not just 1, 2, and 7. We need a 4th digit. Let me just delete that and pretend that never happened. I don't think I used anything on this side over here. So that's 1, 2, 7, or 8. Which is... okay. For this to be an 8, it would have to be a 9 here and a 1 here, which is possible. For this to be an... well, I can't... If this is the bulb, if it's an 8, it could be 7, 1. It could be 1, 7. It couldn't be 2, 6. And if this is the bulb and it's a 7, it could... yeah, so this cannot be a bulb and 7. But it could be a bulb and 8. So what we thought we had earlier, we don't actually have. And the only way this could be an 8 is if this is a 9. But it could still be a 9 at this point. All right. Let me have a quick look at these. I don't see anything obvious that this excluded. Like, they can be high numbers. They can be relatively low. Like, we're not even excluding 1 from both. So I think we really have to... oh, wait. I'm just seeing a 45 pair here. The 3 and 6 on this orange are a little tricky to see. I wonder if that's one of the reasons I had desaturated the colors a bit. If we compare this to this... it doesn't... why does this not know about Sven Arrow? That is very strange. Maybe Sven arrow is not actually uploaded. Huh. Did I never upload Sven arrow? What's going on, Sudoku? Is Sven arrow? 1 second, I'm gonna look this up. Is Sven arrow? Whoop, what happened here? Not in. And why is this file open? Why is Sven arrow not in the database? It's here. I mean, it's definitely here, right? Puzzle, select Sven arrow. It's definitely here. I think it might be escaping my my regular expression somewhere. Ah, okay. I have a feeling something here isn't quite right. So this should work. Right. So I just want to compare the colors. So the 0141, this should have the new colors. 0163. Oh, no, okay. These are not the colors we changed. These are the colors that people put in the puzzles. All right. Don't panic because sorry, I haven't been saying what I'm thinking. Basically, I find the blue on this orange kind of hard to read. And I think it's because this orange is very sort of energized, if I don't know if that makes any sense. Now if I compare this orange with this is fainter, right? This is more yellow. Is that a problem? Yeah, because we are also testing the colors, right? That's the most recent feature. But I think the colors, the orange became more orange, but the yellow became more yellow. Sorry, the orange became more yellow, which contrasted more with red. And then the yellow became brighter, which kind of compensates for that. So if I compare this, old, new, old, new. Yeah, the yellow's much brighter. So we're good. We're good. We're still good. That's our arrowhead. So, whew, panic over. Back to the regular programming. We found a 45 pair here, which means I think we're now at the threshold of numbers that I pencil marked, which is usually 4. Hey, Rex, I panicked. All right. As you see in our agenda here, we've done the corner, the outer edge marks. Yeah. We made those. Wait a second. Oh, no. Yes, we've done the feature, but it's not going into this release. So, but rest assured, you now can place edge crosses onto the upper left and lower right and all those outer edges. I'm confusing myself. I'm getting tired. It's getting late. Thanks to Franco, we've redone the red, orange, and yellow colors. So just to compare, these are the new shades of yellow, orange, and red versus the original shades of yellow, orange, and red. And if we compare, they're a little brighter and a little more contrasty. And I think because he had trouble distinguishing orange from red, so I adjusted orange and I had to adjust yellow to kind of make it all work. So quite happy with that. And now we're just doing a final test run on the latest version before I push it into production. So I'm playing this puzzle, which somebody kindly made for me, and it's been long in the queue to play. And then finally, which I doubt we'll get to, we started thinking about sharing replays and how we could implement that, you know, in a sort of first step, make it possible before making it easy kind of way. So, you know, maybe you'll stick around, would appreciate it. So let's see if I can finish this puzzle. Oh yeah, and of course it's viewer's choice. So if you have any requests, any favorite features you want to play with or want me to look at, anything you want me to do quickly, any small adjustment, you know. We've, oh yeah, and we started with the killer calculator. One of the viewers had actually built his own Franco, and he sent it by. And his one is built in Python, so you have to submit a form to the server, which is a little bit of an extra step. But I'm quite happy with the shape of it now. So as soon as this releases out, I can actually push that stuff into test. So we'll have the new edge marks for the pen tool, for Slitherlink puzzles, and the killer calculator almost ready to go, at least in its first initial version, into test once this goes into production. So let's see. We are missing 1, 3. We have the 4 and the 5 in the pair. We have a 6, 7, 8, and then we have the 9. And we already established the 9 can't go here because that would put a very short 9 arrow on this side. And this can't be a 6 because we have a 6 over here. All right. So let's see if the 9 is, well, now we have to figure out if the 9 goes here or here. If the 9 is here, well, we know there's a 1 on it, but the 1 could be, the 1 cannot be here. Sorry, the 1 can't be here if the 9 is here, because then that would have to be an 8. So the 1 is either here on the 3 cell or it's here on the 3 cell. So either way, the 3 cell arrow has a 1 on it. So we don't have any 2, 3, 4 shenanigans. And if the 3 cell is on this side, we don't have a 2 on it. If it's on this side, it might have a 2 over here. So let's have a look at this one. So if we have a 9 here, if that's our bulb, can we just, I don't know. If that's our bulb, then we know we have a 1 on it. We don't have a 2. It's not 1, 4, so it has to be 1, 3, 5. Right? And these two would be 1, 3. We can't have a 6 on it because we don't have a 2. So this would be the 5, which is possible. If the 9 is here. If the 9 is here, the 1 would be here. And then these two would have to add up to 8 without a 6. And without a 1. So 8 without a 6. It's not 2, 6 then. And without a 1. So it's got to be 3, 5. That's the 1. And that can't be a 3. So that would have to be the 5. And that would have to be the 3. Which means the 5 is one of these two. Which is interesting because that knocks a 5 out of here. And what are the other options? Well, the other options are then the two cell version of the 9, which has a lot of options. So I don't really want to mark that out. So if this is the 9, because we can't have a 2, this can't be a 6. And if this is a 9, this can't be a 6. So this can never be a 6. If this is the 9 and that's the 6, this would have to be the 3, which it can't be. So this can't be a 6 either. So there's no 6 here. And in fact, this is 1, 3, 9. So this is our 6, which puts a 9 here and a 3 here. And that makes a 4, 5, 9 triple there. All right. And then here we have the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 5, 6, 7, right? But we said, I don't think 6s and 7s can even go there. We'll see. And then up here, 4, 5, 7, 8. All right. So let's play our little game again. If the 9 is here, these are 1, 3, and that would be a 5. If the 9 is here, this would be 3, 6. Or, well, this couldn't be a 7. Because then we would need a 2 here. And if this is a 5, this would be a 4. So that's not a 5. No, wait, it's a 5, it's a 1, 3. If the 9 is here, that's a 6. Okay, so it's a 5 or a 6. Okay, fair enough. So if this is the 9, we got a 1, 3 here. And then these two add up to 6. No, if that's a 9, then the 1 is here. We established that, right? So if that's a 9, that's the 1. And these two would add up to 8. So that can't be a 7. So the 7 is here or here. Except we need a 7 over here. So that's not the 7. Okay. Does that help us? Does it give us anything else? No, I don't see it. And if that's the 9... Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, if that's the 9... No, if that's the 9... That's got to be the 3. We already established that. And these two have to add up to... Oh, wait, that can't be a 5. Sorry. Because I'm seeing that's a 5-6 pair now. Oh, wait, I don't know if that's established yet, right? So if that's the 9, adds a 1. These two add up to 8. No, it is a 5-6 pair. Sorry, again, I'm getting sidetracked here. That's a 4-8 pair. So that's down there is not a 4. So that's a 4. Alright. And back to 9. 1. We need 8. So 5, 3, or 6, 2. And this one can be either. Except this can't be a 6. So we're done, right? We're done as far as this is concerned. So now, if this is a 9, that's 1... Oh, wait, no, that... Uh-oh. I messed up. Ah, wait, yeah, I was just gonna say... Let's assume I didn't mess up. If this is a 9, 1, 3 plus 6, yeah, it doesn't work. So this would have to be the 9, this would have to be a 3. That's the 1. And that would be 1, 5 plus 3. And that puts a 3 there. Which is problematic. So we did screw up. Uh-oh. Alright, let's hope we didn't screw up too badly. I think this 139 here in the center might not be confirmed just yet. So let's go back on these guys. I'm a bit concerned about that. I hope I don't have to go back much further. I'm also thinking, let's see, this is 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7, 9. Just trying to think if I can get ourselves a few more hints on here. Well, let's try this again. 1, 3, 4, 5 is gone, 6, 8, and 9. And we already established this can't be the 9 because then that would have to be the 9. All right. So either that's the 9 or that's the 9. If that's the 9, that's a 1, that's an 8. Like, no. So that would be the 1. If that's the 9, the 1 is over here. So that means the 1 is always on the 3-cell arrow. Okay. So far, so good. And before, how did I resolve this down here? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I think I figured out that the 6 couldn't be there. Right, if this is the 9, this can't be the 6 because that would have to have a 3 here. If that's the 9, that's not the 6. So if that's the 9, that's not the 6 and not the 1. So that'd be the 3 and that'd be the 6 if that's the 9. If that's the 9, we can't have a 6 here because it would have to be 1, 2, 6 and we don't have the 6 the 2 available, right? So we don't have a 6 here. And that gets us the 6 here. And that gets us 9 and 3. Alright, and that takes out this 9 and gives us a 9 over here. Oh, I don't know. I think I resolved these two and I don't really know why. These aren't resolved, are they? Alright, what do we have here now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then an 8. We have 1, 3, 9 here. And this, we don't actually know yet. I mean, it's 4, 5, 7, or 8. All right, let's have a look. If this is the 9, that would be a 3 and that would be a 6. If this is a 9, these two would be a 1-3 pair, and that would be a 5. 5 plus 4, right? So this is a 5 or a 6. That's correct. Pretty sure of that. Now, if this is a 9, we said this can't be the 1 then, so that would have to be the 1, and these would have to add up to 8. If that's the 9. If this is the 9, these would have to add up to 9, right? And this can't be a 6. So the 6 is over here. This can't be a 5. So this 5. So the 5 is here, here, or here. Alright. Is there anything else we can exclude? Oop. Ah, Rex sent me a link. Let's have a look. We can continue testing afterwards. Ooh, let's pause it. Ooh. Ooh. That is indeed nasty. Huh. Let's have a look locally. Like, I want to make sure these aren't like things we're introducing. Let me try on. Checking on app first to make sure it's not a regression. No. Okay, it's not a regression. That's good. Oh. Shuffling windows around. So, some of this is definitely not coming across correctly. Let's have a look. And I've done the copy. Yeah, we haven't committed that yet. I have to be a little bit careful because I don't want to commit this change if testing throws something up or if I have to do any more patching. So then we'll have to undo that. I mean, it's just a file copy, so it's not a big deal. So let's have a look. So the first step I usually do here is... Actually, the first step I usually do is look how the data looks. But this is a bit of a weird rendering issue, actually. I have a feeling that the text might not be text, but like individual letters. Well, that means we still want to look at... this is production, yeah, that's why I'm so cautious right now, because it's very easy to make a mistake and then look at the wrong code without realizing. So we're gonna first load the non-minified version of the fpuzzles decoder, and then we're gonna output the puzzle data that it's decoding here. Just to see what's coming in, right? So, fpuzzle data, here's decompressed. Let's just have a quick look at what the actual raw data looks like. So, text, cells. All right, so as far as I can tell, oh, I think it's the white background. It has... I thought, for some reason, I thought it was the letters pushed together. Yeah, no, so basically my code puts a white square behind text to overlap the grid. Because in the CTC editor, that can actually be removed as well. Now in the fpuzzles importer, I'm adding them automatically, but obviously there's no way to not have them automatically created, which in this case obviously creates an issue because you're doing white text on a black background. So then the question becomes, can I figure out that the background is black here? Because obviously I don't actually have the CTC app file format does not have a concept of colored cells. It just has colored squares. So I'd have to check if there's an overlap with a colored square, which would be a little bit of a pain in the butt. So, let's have a look. So in parse.text, we have text, but we also have puzzle. And the idea is, does the puzzle at this point of the decoding already have enough information for us to figure out that there will be a background color under this text? Now the problem is the getPartCenter is a bit convoluted because it's averaging multiple cell positions together. Well, to be honest, it's there because it was in the CTC app. So if people was, it's mostly to, let me show you an example. It's mostly for text that overlaps grid lines. And also to keep it readable when it's on a background, right? So, let me see. I mean, I'm emulating behavior from the old CTC app because that's what people expect, right? So, for example, the white background on these cage totals, and it does it on all text, right? Ensures that the text remains readable. If you were to remove those, the dashed line behind the text would basically make the text unreadable. Like here you can see it quite well with that 25, for example. Yeah, in CTC as well, right? But there's also lots of other kinds of bits of text. So in CTC, wherever you can put text, you can also control the background. Yeah, I guess I could do it in the fpuzzle importer. The question is, me changing that behavior now, will that break existing puzzles, right? So if I get rid of this, the background and the border, it'll look like this. I mean, it'll be easy to do, right? Because I'm literally manually adding them in here to replicate the behavior. Is this what the expected display should be? Where was the fpuzzles link? The text is bold here. Why is it bold here? Why is it so bold? Why is the text so bold? That is a little strange. I'm gonna look directly at the rendering code. Whoops. So render text. Text element. Text element render part text options. So content A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Those are all the little bits here. Text anchor middle, stroke fill, font width, stroke width. Why is there 2 pixel stroke width here? Stroke, text stroke, stroke width. That's hard coded. Ah, okay, so that's the other problem, is that all the text is outlined with white to make it readable once again against things underneath it. And fpuzzles doesn't, so it basically has a 2 pixel white outline. The problem is I don't have a good way of detecting the underlying color. And in fact, I don't think I can actually manipulate this except through text stroke. So text stroke. If I do this, it'll look like that. The problem is if you do this on most puzzles, certain elements will be very hard to read. Like if I do this, yeah, so here the H still has its background color, so that kind of still works. Wait, but why does it still have the background color? Are these killer cage totals? No, because they're part of blocks which still have their own background color, right? Let me think. I'm just thinking, is there some kind of crummy way of doing background color detection that I could do? Text color, maybe on import you can detect based on that. Yeah, I could do the invert. I could say, let me think. If I do, so we have the part data here. The problem is if it's off by a little bit, I'd have to check how bright the color is basically, which can be a bit of a pain in the butt. But I can definitely detect a white color and make the outline black. The problem is, white is also in CSS, like unless I decode the color and figure out the RGB and stuff, it's all a little brittle. Let me think. And there are some places in the code which definitely are that brittle. First of all, I think instead of letting it apply the default, I think we should explicitly control it here. So maybe what we can do is, if we do a list of potentially white colors, so FFF, so that's one kind of white color, hash FFF. FFF, 1, 2, 3, there. That's the second kind of white color. Includes dot to lowercase. So if that's the case, I think we have a white color, a white text color. So that would pass through a transparent background color on these. But I'm a little worried that this might bite me in the ass on any other puzzle very, very easily. It's the problem when I'm trying to maintain a mediocre of backwards compatibility. I mean, it will fail if somebody makes a de facto almost white background color or text color that isn't white, like a slight off-white, bright yellow or something. That might definitely cause a problem with something like that. But then, to be fair, they should know what they're doing if they're doing something like that. I think this can work. Another test case. All right. No, I'm sure there's plenty of cases. The hard part is to distinguish them, right? That's finding the cases isn't the problem. It's distinguishing those cases from when that's not the case. Like, yeah, I'm sure that it's undesirable here, but that's a very special case. Like 99% of puzzles, it is desirable, right? If the gray wasn't there, it would be desirable to make the V more contrasty and better visible, right? And like, you shouldn't be using V's to represent arrows. That's the thing, right? Like, you should just draw an arrow. The fact that FPuzzle doesn't support you draw an arrow is like, it's not something I want to cater for, really. Yeah, the problem is you're not communicating that through the data, right? You're making rotated V's. You're not drawing arrows or less than equal signs and stuff like that, right? So that's kind of the problem. Your intent is being lost because of how the data is encoded. On the live version? Um, oh, okay. So I thought you were talking about the outline around the V, but the background square. So we just eliminated that for everything, right? That's the change we're proposing here. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but if I get a million people crying immediately that it's terrible now. I mean, that's part of the editor that I'm building. Part of the purpose of that is not just to actually edit, but part of it is to also have more control. So you can view what it will look like and then make adjustments accordingly, right? And have more insight of what's happening. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to kind of encode certain CTC format only data in metadata so you can round trip it back to FPuzzles, keep working on it and come back and still have certain colors applied that you might not be able to set in FPuzzles ultimately. I mean, this looks to me better and I think it's a safe enough change. It just puts me into a little bit of a pickle right now. I'm gonna have to probably move this out of here so my Git doesn't go all bonkers. And yes, we're back here. And if I do this and I did something here, I'm logging something somewhere. Here we go. So if I do this, I'm kind of happy to do that. What do you think? So to summarize, we're getting rid of forced background and border colors on text. And then we make an adjustment to the text stroke color based on if the color is white or not. If it's white, we don't apply our stroke. Even though it might make sense to put a black stroke in that case. I mean, we could apply the black stroke because even if you put white on a dark background, odds are the black stroke is not going to interfere, or if anything, even makes it more readable, potentially. So let's say if I color these light gray, so you see you have that's kind of what the background stroke is good for. So if I don't have a stroke on this, then the layer becomes much harder to read. But I also appreciate that, of course, me applying a forced styling is always a little dodgy and it takes away control from the setters. And for example, on the X, you could argue that the background square is unnecessary due to the outline already there. But on the other hand, without this, the background square, it seems fine. It disrupts the grid line here. So what do you think with this version of it then? Is this... I don't know if it's better than just removing... I mean, I appreciate that you might prefer to have no outline on the text. But then I'm worried because setters might not be able to apply outline when they do want it. Interesting, the black background on this will not do anything. Yeah, we really need just complete removal of these cells. Oh, what does it look like with background colors removed? It doesn't hide these. Oh, that's interesting. Why does it not hide these? Hide colors. And it gets rid of these. That's really bizarre. How are you drawing these guys? Isn't there already a setting for text outline? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't fully understand. I'm curious how these black colors are not being removed. How are you defining them? I feel like you're doing something dodgy there. So we have outline colors on cells. Wait, what? Oh, no, cages, okay. What is that supposed to look like, actually? I don't even know. That's Biohazard. What was the other one? No. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. The cage colors are deliberately transparent. Okay, hidden cages. Fair enough. Circles. All right. Yeah. But that's on the blue digits. That's not for... Because these outlines can be set, right? They can be applied in the editor. The outlines on digits is just for the digits you enter. For these guys. So you see, without digits, very hard to read it. And then with digits outlines, it's slightly easier to read. And it's very subtle anyways. So the background color, the black, is set here. And I'm translating that, I believe, to overlays. Ah, maybe that's why. Maybe because I'm translating them to overlays instead of underlays. 1 second. Parse grid. Underlays. No, I'm trying to... I thought the setting for hide background colors. Hide colors on. I believe this is a style sheet matter. Yeah, that's a problem when you're trying to kind of cater for things that aren't quite correct. You end up just making things more and more and more incorrect. So for example, you see it's trying to avoid rounded rectangles. So I don't know why the and overlay, right? Yeah, so they're only applying to overlays, not underlays. Okay, all right. But these are modified. Overlay, not rounded, equals true. But they are rounded. Oh, wait a second. Oh god, I realize now that the rounded property is not a correct property. It's something that leaked through because I wasn't cleaning out properties. And I was using it to avoid restyling these. And I think I quote unquote fixed something a while ago which didn't put in this bad data. Which of course means that it breaks this behavior. So if I do hide colors, these will all disappear. Oh, it's even like that on app. 1 second. I need to find create render rect. I believe these are all render rect items. Sorry, I know I'm doing like a double fix here. But I think that's also something that should be fixed. I mean, it's not nobody's complained, and it's a setting that very few people use, so it's not like end of the world, right? Rounded true. So this I'm deleting from attributes. So if I don't delete this from attributes, and now I go rounded, sorry, hide colors on. Yeah, you see now it does not affect these guys anymore. So I have to be a bit careful here. Used in setting hide colors. So these styles should really be looking at RX, RY, or just do something smarter elsewhere in a different way. But that fixes that. So that's slightly different fix. In the meantime, I think I got to the conclusion that I liked what we were doing here. So if I go back to clearing that up, we're removing these colors, we're modifying the stroke, we've put that back in, gonna remove that, so we've ensured that's there, And now we basically just need to minify that again. And I think then that's a wrap on the patch. All right. So we're doing that. Put that back in here. All right. Well, I'm hoping this is won't get a lot of complaints going, because I'm gonna be pushing this to production. So this is the one thing that's not gonna have any testing. I probably shouldn't do that, but I'm feeling wild and crazy today. So it's gonna go into production right away. I mean, I'll have my finger on the trigger to revert it if there's any kind of major, you know, Simon's trying to do a video and suddenly the puzzle has disappeared or something. But other than that, I think we're good on that. Yeah. Well, hope you guys are gonna be playing a lot of puzzles on both app and, well, now on app, to make sure all this stuff is working. Get feedback. I mean, to be honest, the letter tool, I would have preferred to reduce these options a little bit more further. And this fifth one, I believe, isn't actually, because that's always the case. I'm not even sure what that means. So I gotta be a bit careful. But other than that, I think, you know, render rectangle. Did I? Okay. I think this is all good now. So we did that. We updated that. That's gonna be a patch. And that'll be the final patch on this version, unless bugs are found. And then I'm gonna have a cry. So, yeah, adjusted F puzzles, text, color, import. All right. I'm actually gonna put that on your contributions list, so I can blame you when it hits me in the face later. That's the only reason I'm gonna put it here. So I remember. So, all right. And yeah, we can just, you know. All right. And we'll go back to backing this up, and then production, and we're just gonna move everything back in there like this, and this is gonna go down here on my desktop where I have a collection of miscellaneous folders slowly accumulating. Oh, by the way, Ranks, one last thing. Did you see this? Mark sent me this.
Oh, it won't let me do an X on a boundary. Oh, it won't let me do an X on a boundary.
So I think he was trying to tell me to get that feature done. And we did. We did in the stream. All right. So, okay. So that means that the puzzle database was already up to date. Let's see. This is gonna actually be worth a closer look. So we updated the up menu. We updated a lot of that with the hotkeys and whatnot. Region shapes algorithm. We moved over to the compressor of F puzzles, I think. Oh no, okay, that's the F puzzles decoder. Yeah, all right. I think we just moved it up from the bottom of the file to the top. Or I think we switched to using. No, we added the compressor because we only had the decompressor in there before. All right, fair enough. We moved some icons. We added the Patreon one. Yeah, all the Patreon stuff is new. Because, I don't know, we have compressed, so got smaller. We added the max version there. What's changed here? Oh, I think it's just indenting and whatnot. Okay, that's fine. Puzzle loader. Just some minor stuff. Okay. It's mostly error handling. What's been changed here? Puzzle tools. Digit number given. Alright. Undefined null handling stuff. Zip puzzle. Alright, it looks like some sort of code validation. Alright. So these are the big ones. Letter tool. Feature checking for Sudoku X diagonals. Uniqueness checks. Alright, that was a bunch of stuff from David and Mark. Oh, you have 3 new features in this release. Wow, these have been waiting for a long time. What else did we have? Copy to clipboard. Memories to purple did. Improved FPuzzle import for fractional positions. Oh yeah, that was a big one actually. That fixed a lot of stuff. Alright, and the new colors. First new colors in a long time. Thanks to Franco with a C. So we changed a bunch of stuff here to make the letter tool work. I mean, the letter tool is like the star of the show, I'm guessing. Although the pen tool, you know, slitherlink support and all that. Yeah, the letter tool, pen tool had a bunch of updates, fixes, a lot of fixes as well. And the text storage stuff, the storage quota stuff. Okay, that's also in here. That's kind of important. All right, so let's look at the actual version change here. And that should be, sorry, that should be in here. And I think on, let me see, if I search for 141, no, I can't search for them here. Oh, I wanted to search for, here we go. Merge branch feature letters, fixed errors, puzzles. V141, update production 2. 2v0. Okay, so update production 2. This version with a little bit of more spelling. All right. And what else did we do? Update production 2. Oh, revert, yeah. All right, and then we just tag it and that's it, huh? Okay. Now what we're also going to do then is update this. All right. And then 0.141. We search for that. In the entire project. Okay. Is that the only place? Huh. All right. 163.29. And that should be the same in Sudoku.html, 0.163.29. Okay, that's the one. Pressing the button. That's it. It's done. Button's been pressed. Okay. So, let's restart the test script just to make sure everything is above board, yada yada yada, right? Where is the puzzle I was playing before? It's not here. Is it? No, it's not here. Did I? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, that was the color contrast thing I looked up. That was Franco's tool. Sorry, I'm just lost in tabs. Time zones, don't need those. We did that at the beginning, the min-max stuff on the CSS. And I believe, that's our paused game. Here we go. So we should be now up and running on production. Let's refresh here. All right. So we were tackling this 913 thing. If the 9 is here, that's a 3, 6. If the 9 here is 1, 3, and 5. So if the 9 is here, that can't be a 5. So that's got to be a 5 either here with a 4 here or a 2 here with a 7 here. Okay, so we do not have a 5, 6 here. I don't know why I thought that. And we have a bunch of potential for other places. Can the 4 be here? Yes. Can the 5 be here? If the 9 is here, the 1 is here. For 1, 1. So these have to add up to 8. So 5, 3, 7. Yeah, it can't be 7, 1. So it'll be 5 here, 3 here. So that's the other option. All right. So it's maybe that's the more likely one, because before we kind of tried the other way around accidentally, kind of like almost like a bifurcation, and it blew up in our faces. The other options we have here is, if this is the, yeah, we haven't kind of looked at this thing yet. Yeah, I really should. I mean, in a way, these are kind of the release notes. You know, these are all the features and when they got added. But I need to get like a little bit better about that. I should do something for the patrons at least. Right, kind of do a bit of write-up. I should even do a video. Every release I should do a video now and explain what's going on. It's just more stuff I need to do. All right, let's finish this puzzle. This is our test. This has got to be, you know, at least play one puzzle before I release it. That's my goal. I always try to do that. Here we go. 7. Where's the 7 go? It's not down here. So the 7 isn't up here, which means one of these is a 7. Now that's limited to 4, 5, and 8. The question is, can there be a 5 up here? In other words, could this be a 6 and that not be a 5? For this to be a 6, this has to be the 9. And then this would be the 1. And then this would be 4. Wait. This can't be a 4. Can't be a 5. So 1, 7, 2. 1, 7, 2. 1, 7, 2. 9, 3, 6. 1, 7, 2. That's a 4. That's the 8. And that would be the 5. That still works. And then that's a 5 and that's a 4. Okay, I don't think this is actually fully resolved yet. So we might have to look at the final bot. 1 second, let me just check this, right? So this could be a 3. So the next smallest sum, you know what, let me just pencil mark this out. It'll make me feel better. 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. All right. So it could be a 3. Could it be a... Why is there 2 over here? That was from before when I thought this was a 2. But we have no guarantee of that. So if this is a 9, 1, 8, or 2, 7. Perfectly possible. If this is a 1, this could be an 8, and that could be a 7. This is a 7. Can this be a 7 and the bulb? No. Because then this would have to be... Yeah, okay, so can this ever be a 7? 7, 2, 9, yes. Can this be a 7 and a bulb? No. Could it be a 7 and not a bulb? Yes. 8, 1, 7. 3? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, no problem. 1, yeah, 8, 7, 1, and 2. 2. Can this ever be a 2? No, it cannot be a 2. There's nothing I can add it to make anything on this one here. All right, it doesn't really solve the problem though. And I don't know, is it time to look at this thing yet? Problem is, there aren't any major limitations on the end pieces. Or on any of the cells, really. Well, we know there's no 2 on it. Could this be a... If this was a 6 and a bulb, this would have to be 1, 5. Yeah, it's still possible, I think. Alright, is anything down here? These rows. 9s? No. 9s, no. 6, well, 6 and 3. They're all taken. Ah, wait a second. 6. 6 is here and here. Alright. 3s. I'm gonna have a terrible throat tomorrow. 2 long streams in 2 days. Still haven't recovered from yesterday. Yesterday was like a 5-hour stream. 2. No. 1s. No. Is there anything else limiting? 2, 3, 5. This cell looks like it should be something for us here. Or maybe this 4, 8 over here. 4s are here. Let me see. 4s. 4 over here. What about this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Similar to this one. Ah, and also no 2 here. Interesting. Oh, wait. That gives us a 2 here. Not sure that's super useful, but it is a thing. No 2s here now. I'm so tempted to mark 5. Well, we know there's no 4 here, so at least this doesn't mark 5 possibilities. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 8, 9. It's actually not too bad. Ah, and that's not a 2. I like this. Ah, and that gives us the 8s. So that means one of these has... Oh! No, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why I thought the 8s would have to be there, when they can clearly be there or there. 2s are over here. 3s are limited. 7s aren't really limited. We had some stringing on the 9s going on before, but not anymore. All right. So how do you get the viewers to help you solve the puzzle? That is the question. Because you guys haven't been telling me anything. Sorry, I'm just catching up with some Discord comments. All right. So, I'm kind of dodging the hard labor here. I'm just kind of, hi, digits, speak to me. But they're not quiet. They're being all hush hush. All right. I'm tempted to just fully pants mark this thing and then see what happens, right? Well, let's look at the bulbs. So it can't be, neither can be 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't, okay, so this one can't be a 5 or a 4. This can't be a 6. But it can be all those other ones. Now, can it be a 4? To be a 4, it would have to be 1 and 3 here. And obviously, these are just the bulbs, right? What about the middle one? The middle one still can be a 1, so it doesn't limit the bulbs in any way. So I think we need to look at this once again. So I thought, but I think I've already limited all the combinations. So if this is the 9, then we have 3, 6 here. That's the 1. 1. 1. We need 8. 1, 5, 3. Is that the only one? 1, 5, 3. Okay. And if this is the 9, then 7, 2, or 4, 5. So yeah, all these options here. And these are 1, 3, and 4, 5. 1, 3, and 5. And then this would be a 6. So wait a second. If this is the 9, that's a 5. This is the 9. My brain. So if this is a 9, right? That becomes 1, 3. That becomes a 5. And this cannot be a 5 because that isn't a 4. So that's either a 7, 2. And wait a second, and that's a 6. If this is a 9, that's a 6. Therefore this, and that's a 5, and that's a 7, and that's a 2. So let's remember this. So 7, 2 with a 5 there, if that's the 9. And that's not bifurcation. This is just me struggling with the thinking and stuff. So if that's the 9, that's the 1. 2, 1, 2, 6. No, it can't be a 2. 7, 1, 7 is 8. No, that's not a 7. So that makes this a 7. And these need to be 8, so it's 5, 3. And that's 5, 8. Did we have a 4, 8 before as well? So if we have a 9, 1, 3. Okay. So that means, yeah. So that means the 5 is here or here. Wait, was there another way to do that? The 9 is here. 6 is here. So if the 9 is here, the 6 is here. This is a 1. And 5, 3. Well, the 7 can't be here now. So that's a 7. And the 7 can't be here. And that can't be a 4. But, oh, wait. This could be a 4. No, sorry. 1, 4 would require another 4. So that would be the 5. And then otherwise, the 5 is down here. Okay, so the 5 is always here and not here. And it is, the 4 is not here now. That's the 5. So that's the 4, that's the 5, that's the 4. So that means the 4 isn't here. Okay. And what did we use the 4 for? If that's a 9, that'd be a 4, 5. Yeah, the only way that can be a 5 is if the 4 here. So there's no 5 here now. And that's 5, 6, 7 triple. So that's 3, 6 or 1, 3, 5. And that's the 9, 7, 2. And that's the 9, it's 5, 3. Okay. I am satisfied with that. And it can be a 2, 1, 7, 8, 5. 1, 7, 8, 1, 7, 9. So these two are 1, 2, 3, 4, not 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. And this can't be a 1 or a 7. And this can't be, oh, no, it can't be. It can be all of those. Oh, that's a bit horrible, actually. All right, and don't see any point in keeping that. We've simplified it, but we still haven't figured out where the 9 goes on this one. And we know there's an 8 up here. But there could also be an 8 down here. Wait, 9s. We know the 9 can't be on the middle. Does that do anything for us? Not really. Not really. Ah! There's an 8, 9 here. Which means we cannot have a 9, 8 and an 8 on here. Which means the central one can never be an 8. Because it would require 9. And then this doesn't have a value. How did I figure that out? Ah, because of... Okay. All right, so that 9 means this could be an 8 if this is a 1, 7. But this can't be a 9 and an 8, 1. So the only way for this to be a 9 is if this is a 2, 7. But if that's a 2, 7, that would have, these both would have to be 8. So we cannot have a 9 here. All right. So this could still be a 3. 3, 1, 2. Could it be a 7? If that's an 8, 1, 7, yes. Could this be a 7? If this is a 7, 8, 7, 1, yes. Can this be a 7? No. Because there's nothing bigger than the 7, which would make this the bulb, and these cannot add up to 7. So that's not a 7 now. All right. That's a small deduction, at least. We know there's an 8 down here. And there's a 9 down here. There's a 9 up here. 9 down there. Is there anything down here that's interesting? Not really. All right, let's have a look again under this new light. There's a 3 on this side. What about the 2s? 2s. All right, so. Oh man, I've solved this once before. Why am I stuck so hard? I don't think it's a really difficult puzzle, but I'm not a big fan of these sort of figured out puzzles. Like it's like one logic step that I struggle with. I mean, not a fan. I mean, like they stumble me up a little bit. Was there something else here? Wait, 1, 3, 6. Sorry, 9, 3, 6. And then 1, 5, 3. Maybe there's something with the 3s. If this is a 9, that's the 3, and that's a 3, and then we can't have 3s here. That's it, right? If this is a 9, this can't be a 1, so it's a 3. This has to be the 1 now. And then the only way to proceed from here is for this to be a 3 and this to be a 5. And now we don't have 3 there. So the 9 can't be there. The 9 is here. 5 is here. And that's a 7. That's a 6. And that's a 2. And that takes us 7s out of there, which makes this a 1. So that is a 3, 2, 1. All right. Didn't expect that. And these are gone. So no 7 here, no 8 here. Alrighty then. No 2 here. So that puts the 7 down there. Nope, that puts the 7 there. And that makes this a 1, 9 pair. This is a 7, 8 pair, 1, 9 pair, and that's a 5. And these two are 2 and 4. Sweet. All right, 4, 8 goes with 4, 5, and 8. 5 over here, not here. Whoops, not here, and that puts a 5 here. So now, either that's a 5 arrow or it's a 6+ arrow. If it's a 5 arrow, well, if it's a 5 arrow. This can't be a 2, that can't be a 1, can't be a 2, can't be a 3. So either that can't be a 4 now, that can't be a 3. So if it's a 5 arrow, it'll be a 1, 4 this way round. If it's a 5 arrow. If it's not a 5 arrow, this has to be a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Can't be a 7. So if it's a 6, that would also be a 1. If it's an 8, that would be a 3, which it can't be, so this can't be an 8. If it's a 9, that would have to be a 4. And this can't be a 4 because there's a 4 here, which means it is a 9. No, wait, it could be a 6 with a 1, 5, or it's a 9 with a 4, 5. All right, but that's narrowed it down quite a bit. Quite a ways there. All right. And now that we have these bits, well, now everything's aligned, right? So now it should really just be some tidying up, and then that's it. Yeah, in fact, here 7, 5, C's over here, so that gives us that 7 out of there, 7, 8. That 8 gets knocked out of there, and yeah, do we want to mark those just yet? Are we that desperate yet? Ah, there goes a 5. Where do the 1s go? Here. Ah, that takes the 1 out of here, and that's it. So that means we have a 9 here, and I think that should finally break it. Right? He says with some trepidation. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so no 3 here, no 6 there. So we have a 1, 3 pair here. Which gives us a 6 there. Hey, Paulo! Shift, Control, plus numpad. Are you using Shift? Shift, Control, plus numpad. No, I don't use the numpad at all. For what? Shift, Control, plus numpad. I do use this. No, Shift, Alt, plus numpad. That I use. By numpad, I mean clicking on the buttons, not numpad on the keyboard. Ah, sorry, that's a 6. Ah, no, it's not a 6. Shoot. No, I broke it. Oh, no, I broke it. This can't be a 6. The 6 needs to be here, and it can't be. Did I... Why did I... Wait a second. Why did I think that couldn't be a 4? Oh, wait, it couldn't be a 1. Is it worthwhile going all the way? Like, sometimes when I break a puzzle like that, I find it easy to start over and then put in the correct deductions instead of trying to undo, because I don't know, for example, if I did a mistake earlier. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I know, okay, 50 minutes in, that's pretty horrific. But, you know, we're missing a 1, so we know that's the 1, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing a 5, so that's a 5 and a 9. We know that's a 3-cell error with a 6 here. No 3s there, so the 3s goes there. And the 1, 2s go there. Excuse me. We figured out that 45 minus 3 and 6 is 9. So these are 3, 6. They can't be here. So we have a 3 here, 6 here, can't be there, 3 here, 6 here. We figured out... Excuse me. Yes, we are putting a 7, 8 pair here. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a 9 arrow with a 4, 5 on the other two biddies. This is either a 6 arrow with a 2, 4, and no 4 here, and no 2 here. Or can't be a 7 arrow, because I have 1 here. So it can be an 8 or 9. If it's a 9, this would have to be a 3. And if it's an 8, that would also have to be a 2. And I think we've eliminated 8s from there earlier. Over here, yeah, we know we have a 3 and a 6 on here. And we figured out, yes, it can't be a 6 arrow because it would have 2 6s. So it would be, so it has to be a 9 arrow with a 3, 6 in it. Like that. And now the remainder of these digits is 45 minus 18. So that's 27. We're going to take 2 digits out of 27. What do the rest sum up to? Those 2 digits are, let's say, what I think we started with 50. So 18. If they were 18, that's 1 and 8. 27 minus 9 is 18, right? So that's correct. So it can't be 1, 8 here. So it has to be 1, 8 here. 2, 4, 5, 7. So no 2, 7 here. We know there's a 9 here or here. So we know there's a 9 here. We know there's a 1 here. And we don't know about the 3 just yet. How did I know that there was a 3 in here before? Maybe that was the mistake. Alright, we know there's a 3 here. We know there's a 3 there. So 4 here. Ah, 45 pair. That was what was going on here, right? So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, and 9. Now, this could be either a 3 or a 6. We don't know yet which. That can't be a 6. That can't be a 9. And we know the 1. Yeah, if this is the 9, this can't be the 1. So if that's the 9, there's a 1 here. If that's the 9, this can't be the 1. So the 1 is always on the 3 cell. Oh, yeah, no, I use Control-Alt, yeah. But I don't use numpad on the keyboard, right? I use Control, and then the digits, you know, with my left hand on the digit key row. There was something earlier that eliminated... Oh, yeah, the 9 gets eliminated because it has to be here. So this can't be a 9, so we cannot be 9, 3, 6. So if this is if this is the 8, yeah, so this can't be a 3. So that's just a 2, and that's 4 or 8. All right, so no 2 here. That gave us the 2 there. All right. Okay. 4, 5, 7, 4, 5, 9, 4, 8. So we still have that weird 9 here. So if this is a 9, this can't be a 6. If this is a 9, this also can't be a 6. Yes, because we don't have 2s on the 3 cell here because of this 2. So it can't be a 1, 2, 6. So this can't be a 6. If this is a 9, that's a 3 and that's a 6. If this is the 9, again, this can't be a 6. So this can't be a 6 either. So we have no 6s here. Oh, and that's how we got the 6 down here, right? That gives us the 9 here. Gives us a 3 here. That's not the 9. Gives us a 9 here. Now we have 4, 5, 7, 8. 4, 5, 7, 8 here. That can't be a 5. Well, and it can't be a 7, right? And 4, 5 here. So here we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I feel like I might have gone longer than I said I would. So let's finish this game and then call it a day. We haven't pulled the trigger yet on the actual release. So let's finish this game and then we'll pull the trigger. And I might regret that. Let's hope I won't. 4, 5, 6, 7. No 4, no 5, no 6. So the 6 has to be down here. So if that's a 9, that's 3, 6. If that's the 9, that's 3, 6. Can this ever be a 7? No, it can't be a 7. Because if this was a 7, this would have to be a 2. Yeah. If that's the 9, so that would be 4, 5, or 2 for the 7. It can't be a 4. So if that's the 9, that can be 4. That can't be a... so that can be a 5. That can be a 4. So if that's a 9, 7, 2... and then 4, 6, 1, 3, 5, 4 or 6. All right. I think before we came to the conclusion one of these had to be a 5. But I don't really see why that would be true right now. So let's do a what if. Let's do the other way. If that's a 5, right? That would be a 6. So that would have to be a 3, 9. Where'd the 1 go? There was a 1 here before. So these two would have to add up to 8. So 7, yeah, that can't be a 7. That can't be a 6 anymore. So it have to be a 4. This doesn't work at all. 1 second. Oh yeah, and that means there's no 5 here, right? I think we got that far. So then there's a 5 down here, which gave us a 4 here. 5, 4. Means no 4s here. So we have 4 here. No 4s here. No 8 here. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. And then no 7 here. And that's a 4-8 pair. Okay. So 9 here, 3, 6. 9 here, 1, 3, 5. 7, 6. 1, 3, 5. 7, 2. 7, 2. And if the 9 is here, why is the 1 gone from here? The 9 is here. The 1 has to be here. Yeah, I don't know why that was gone. All right. The 9 is here, 3, 6 here, 1 here, and then these two have to add up to 8. So 5, 3. 5, 3. Can't be 7. 7, 2 of the 9 is here. Because that can't be anything else. So 9, 5, 3. 9, 1. Sorry, 9. 9, 7, 2, 9, 1, 5, 3. No 5 here. I don't know why. Alright, and we were here early. We had a 23 here, right? So I think our break... Wasn't our breakthrough happening with some digits over here? Because, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 2. I had eliminated something else. Whoops, excuse me. Something else from there before. And I don't recall what it was. We definitely had a 1, 2, 7, 8 over here. So that can't be a 2. If that's an 8. That's an 8. Yeah, so we cannot have a 9 here with an 8, 1 here. So that can't be an 8 because 1, 8, 9 here. Alright. And if this is a 9, it could be a 2, 7. With a 1, 8 down here. That's a 9, 2, 7 here. And then this would be a 1, 8 pair. Yeah, that's a possibility as well. And I don't remember if we had something here. 6, 3, 2, 4. Let's do some pencil marking. I do like puzzles though that you can play again and still take you a while, same way sort of thing. Oh, there was something about the 3s, right? I think because of this 3 over here. So if this is a 9, we have a 3 here and a 1, 5, 3. So if this is the 9, both of these are 3s, and we cannot put a 3 here. So that's not the 9, and that's the 9. We have a 1, 3 here, which goes with a 5 to add up to 9. We have a 7, 6 here, and that's a 2. Right, and that takes a 7 out of there. And that's 6. Throw that 6. Puts a 6 there. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we're on track. Puts a 5 up here. Oh, okay. So this is either... Well, it's got to be a 1 now. I don't think we had this before. Maybe that's the missing item. Alright. And what are we missing up here? Oh, there's a 2 here. Next, this is the 1. Alright. And these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 3, 4, 8, 3, 4, 8. So that's a 3. So that's got to be a 2. Right. No 2 here. And that's a 7. Alright. 4, 8 up here. This looks much cleaner than what we had before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, I have to count out the numbers to myself for some reason, otherwise I get lost. And I know it's not useful if you don't know what I'm counting out. I'm just looking down the rows and I'm basically just counting through the number and putting in the ones that are missing. And 1, 2, 3, 4 digits here. Here we're missing 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this cannot be a 4, cannot be a 7. 8 or 9 is fine. This can't be a 9. Can't be a 4. This can't be a 9. And this can't be an 8. Right, 7, 8 pair. So that's a 5, 7. And that's not a 4, because we have a 4 over here. That's a 1. 2, 1 here. 2. So these are 4 and 5. And 4 is here, 4 is there. Here. Come on, so close. So close. 9s. There's 9 down here. There's 9 in this general area. Okay, 8, 9 here, so that's a 3. And then these two are 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I don't think all of them can go here. That's gone from the column. 4. So we have a 7 here. We still don't know. Oh, wait, we do know. No, we still don't know if that's an 8 arrow or 6 arrow, which is hilarious. 7. That's not a 7. What are these? 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, it's hard to read the blue on the blue. 8, 9. 2, 4. Okay, so 2s are here. Is here. The 2 is here. We found the 2. 4, 5, 9. Okay, 2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I don't have a 9 here. 4, 7, 8. So there's a 4 here. And then that's a 9. It's a 5. And that's a 1. Interesting. 5. I think... Oh, okay. Let's see. Got all the 1s. All the 2s. All the 3s. 4s. So there's a 4 here. So it's not there. 4s. 5s. 6s. 7s. Ah, here we go. 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7. This is where Simon has the rising voice happening. Oh, 4, 9, 8, 4. Finally, that's a 6 arrow. And 8, 9. Only 15 minutes. Yay. I mean, if you discount the 50 minutes earlier. Well, I mean, I don't know how good of a test this was since we didn't use all the new toys. And we didn't do extensive undoing, which is usually where the nastier bugs show their face. Let's see if I check it. Yeah, we got the YouTube link, Patreon. Let's make sure those work. Sometimes they're kind of slow. I haven't had a new patron in like 2 or 3 weeks now. It was so nice at the beginning when they came one by one. Very frequently. All right. So I think that's going to be the last thing we're going to do. We're going to push this to production. You're going to be witness to that. And, you know, technically that's on our agenda. And I regret removing the release from the agenda. So that's finally done. Hey. And that one we won't do. But we're gonna put this out as done, even though I'm gonna might have to do this off screen. Release V0. I think I removed because I was running out of space. To 9, and I think it might actually be to 8 right now. With the last, yeah, sorry, to 9. To production. Whew, yes. Ooh. So, I think literally I just run the deploy command, that's it. that's it. You read it here first. Oh, I'm gonna run this again just to make sure everything is where it should be. And the other last thing we're gonna do, we're gonna play the daily puzzle on the online server to make sure that's actually working. As soon as Firebase is updated. And then the last thing I'll probably do is update. Well, actually, no. So we've done some we have a couple of things ready to go into test, but I'm just gonna leave that till tomorrow. So if any terrible thing happens, it's very easy for me to revert. I didn't add anything since then. All right, so that's the final thing, and that's the end of the stream. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk tomorrow. All right, no Sudoku rules apply, and we're gonna need our console just in case something terrible peeks out at us. Normal Sudoku, actually we can do this. We can move our agenda up here. And I'm just gonna do that. And ta-da! So, no Sudoku rules applies. Also, every blue region has 3 or 3 magic squares. So, I know where the 5s go. 3 or 3 magic constants, 1 through 9. Yeah, so in magic squares, the 5s go in the middle. Alright, and I believe... I don't remember if horizontal or vertical are the evens. But everything across the 5 needs to add up to 10, right? Yeah, X on Edge is not deployed because, needs some testing. So what did we add today? We have... actually, that's deployed. The red-orange is deployed. I'm looking at the wrong place. I need to look at branches, right? We have boundary pen marks and the killer calculator, obviously, as well. Neither of those will get deployed today. To production. Actually, not even to test. Production first. Let it sit for a day or two, and then I'll deploy it to test tomorrow. Magic squares, I'm trying to remember. Is it... I always forget if the odds... I think the evens go into the horizontals, right? So because there's the 8 here, so this would be the 4 and the 6. And there's a 6 there, so that'll be that. And then that'll be the 2, 8, right? And then across the 4, well, I think the evens always go. I don't remember what the proof is or something. I'm just gonna try them. So 6, 4 don't go there. And if I'm wrong, call it bifurcation, I guess. Evens in the corners. God damn it. You sure about that? Hope you're not pulling my leg. All right, evens in the corners. There we go. We're just gonna supermark these. 8, and then the odds go in the rest here. Right. So, for example, no 1, 9 here, which means no 3, 7 there. No 3, 7 here, which means no 1, 9 here. No 1, 9 here, which means no 3, 7 here. And no 3, 7 here, which means no 1, 9 here. And let's see. How do we do? Okay, here we go. There's a 1 here. There's a 3 here. And there's a 9 here. And 3s, 7s. Alright, this one has the most stuff revealed, so we can't have 6s here. Can't have 8s here. So there's an 8 here, 6 here. And no 6s here. 6s here, no 2s here. 2s here. No 2s here. No 4s here. No 4s here. No 8s here. Kind of going around following these breadcrumbs so deliberately laid out. So to make this 9, we can have a 6 in here. So no 6s here. So that gets us a 2, 4. It gets us a 6, 8 here across the 1. And this 2, 4 doesn't actually take us much further. Interesting. So the 3 would go with the 8 and the 2, and the 7 would go with the other ones. All right, fair enough. 9 here. These can't have 8s in them. So no 4s. And let's see, we have 9s. This can't be a 9. So that's a 9. And we have 1s over here. Let's see, that's not a 1. That's a 1. All right, so across the 9s again, we can't have an 8 there. So the 8 goes there. So 2, 4 without the 6. And then that's 8, 6, 1. Yep, that's already sorted. No 8s on this side. And you can't have 6s, right? So it's 4, 2 with the 9. All right. And 2, 4 with the 9s. 6, 8. So this becomes, nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. So 2, 4. 2's here. 2's there. 1's not there. 3's. So that becomes 6 and 8. And here we go with a 3, 5, and an 8. I believe, yeah. This is the 2 or 4. Down here, 3, 6, 8. The 3's across here. This can't be a 3, 6, 8, so gives us a 3. That gives us a 7. And now, the 3 plus 4 is 7. To get to 15, we need 8. And that gets us these. And 2, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9. And this is an 8. 6, 8. All right. Ooh. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This gets us an 8 over here. Takes the 8 out of there. Got an 8 over there. That's not the 8. And 8 here. 1, 1. All the ones done. 2's. The terrible 2's. Nope. Not yet. 4's. Nope. Ah, 5's. That gets us a 3 there. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. And I feel like I'm on, not on large digits, 7's. 7 up here, so 2, 4, 7. Not here. And 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. And 2 and 4. Yeah, still a lot of them missing. Ah, there's a 9 up there. This 9 gives us this 5. And then, oh, the 2, 4 gives us a 7 here. And this will be a 6. And this will be a 5. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 4, 2, 9, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. That'll be a 4, 9, and 2, 5, 9. That's a 5 here. 2, 9, 4, 9, 2, 4. All right. 8, 3. That's 11. To get to 15, we need a 4 here. And now that just resolves a bunch of these 2 4s. Like it says a 9 here with a 2, 9, and a 4. Ooh. Who might that be? Let's try some of these new features. Sweet. Let's try the... If I do... No, wait. That works. Okay. If I do this, do I get the time? Yes. And if I put that there... Alright, that works. Yes, that's expected. Alright, so... I'd like to do I should do a announcement that it got released, but I'm so tired, so I'm gonna do that in the morning. And hope nobody notices. Juncture enthusiast. What did he... Oh my. It's strange when people like comment to something you've said ages ago. All right. I think that's it. I think I need a break, and I think you guys deserve a break. I'm so tempted to push the new work we've done today into test as well. But I think that would be silly and unnecessary, and it'll get there soon enough. So, yes, and by the way, this puzzle was really, really generously and kindly made by Olima for me quite a long while ago. Maybe I'll take my solve and edit it together into like a little video and just push it on the channel. All right. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Ranks. Paolo, who else stopped by? Shelby, Thomas stopped by, and of course, Franco from the Knitting channel. Andy had a quick hello at the beginning, and Shelby said hello as well. Thank you, guys. You're my super fans. You keep me going. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was the 50th, and oh, I'm gonna keep these. These are my notes, and we did a whole bunch of this to-do list. Actually, quite a lot. A couple of big items too. The transfer state, yeah, that was a bit ambitious, I think. But, you know, we kind of did a bit of planning, so that's got a good foundation. Yeah, on to the next 50. And let's hope that this release is well regarded, because there's a lot of new features in it. A lot of polish, a lot of fixing, a lot of cleanup, a lot of effort. I think it's been a couple of months since the last release. So thank you very much. Take care. Have a good evening. And I hope I'll see you in the next one.